Oi, oi, oi.
Deu? Hello, can you hear me? Okay. No, you need the headset. Yeah. You need the headsets. So, good afternoon, everyone. Let's get started. So, by the way of, eu acho que vocês também precisam. I think you also need the. Can you have the headset for the? So, good morning, afternoon, everyone. So, by the way of introduction, I'm Giovanna Quelli, Program Manager of International Cooperation at the Igarapé Institute. We are a women-led independent think and do tank rooted in Brazil, but with a global perspective, driving social impact from the local to the global level. So I'm very happy to be here with all of you today, here at the SDG Pavilion, which is hosting us one more time. So thank you, and also the ones watching online. I will be the moderator for today's session. And today we are here for what I believe is a very important conversation on how we advance the global financing agenda. We are doing this event together with the IA Institute, and we invite you to explore how to build the synergies between the G20 and the COP processes. But before we dive in, I would like to invite our partner from the IA Institute, Fernanda, to offer welcoming remarks.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I would like to thank everyone present, especially Igarapé and partner even before the IA Institute existed. And the IA Institute is a Brazilian initiative focused on valuing ancestral knowledge, driving transition to a low carbon economy, and position Brazil as a global leader in sustainable development. The Institute works to advance a development model that benefits people, forest, and economy by implementing high-impact projects with public, private, and social sectors. These efforts support public policies that force a regenerative and inclusive economic model. The Institute's activities are grounded in three core pillars: sustainable economic development, regenerative leadership, and reducing inequalities. Our vision is to position Brazil as a global leader in the transition to a sustainable economy, serving an example for other developed nations. By focus on strategic sectors and innovative technological routes, we believe it's possible to balance economic growth with environment preservation and social inclusion. Providing the prosperous, sustainable economy is not only possible but essential for the future. With Brazil's leadership in G20 and upcoming COP30, we have a unique opportunity to showcase the country's potential as a global leader in the transition to a sustainable economy. This pivotal moment allows Brazil to not only strengthen its stand in international discussions, but also to demonstrate that economic development and environmental go hand in hand. By advancing key strategies for a low-carbon economy, we can inspire other nations, particularly in the Global South, to pursue similar paths and prioritize people, nature, and business in harmony. This is a critical window for Brazil to influence global climate policies, set ambitious goals, and lead by example in the fight against climate change, contributes significantly to global efforts. I now hand over to Giovanna, who will moderate the panel.
Thank you, Fernanda. So let me just take a moment to frame today's discussion. So we are in an era of multiple interconnected crises, what many have called polycrises. So climate change, biodiverse loss, rising inequalities, geopolitical tensions, and the fragmented global order demand that we rethink and reform our systems of governance. So we can no longer afford to treat issues in isolation or delay action. So what we need is systemic collaborative approaches to address the unique challenges of each of these issues, but also to have interconnected solutions. And fortunately, we have a strong foundation of frameworks and commitments to build on. from the Paris Agreement to the SDGs to the Global Biodiversity Framework, and more recently, the G20 Call to Action, the Roadmap for MDB Reform, and the High-Level Principles on Bioeconomy. And the question before us now is, how do we turn these commitments into meaningful action? We are at a turning point, as the Secretary General has said, that we either break through or break down. And we have some opportunities to align our efforts across platforms and milestones over the coming years. So we have next year the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. We have the Global South consecutive presidencies of G20, including Brazil this year and South Africa next. And this group has the potential to drive forward some agendas, including mobilizing the financing. And also, of course, we have COP30 under Brazil's presidency next year, which also offers a moment to foster these connections and drive real commitments. So today we will explore how to leverage these opportunities and ensure that the G20 and COP processes reinforce one another. So we will identify key moments where we can handle synergies, scale up nature and climate finance, and strengthen multilateral governance toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. For this discussion today, we are lucky to be joined by an impressive group of speakers. So we have Ambassador Lilian Chagas, Director for Climate in the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have Nigel Topping, founder of the Ambition Loop and former UN Climate Change High-Level Champion at COP26. We have Karen Oliveira, Director for Public Policy and Government Relations at the TNC Brazil. And we have Tom Evans, Senior Associate, Climate Finance Team, European Climate Foundation. So I'm eager to dive into today's discussion, and I hope this conversation will inspire us to consider bold yet pragmatic actions to build governance systems that can tackle today's challenges and ensure a sustainable future. So I would like to begin our discussion to invite Ambassador Lilian Chagas to share her expectations on the financing agenda from the G20, the Task Force on Climate, towards COP30. Thank you, Ambassador. Over to you. Maybe try the...
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'd like to thank Instituto Igarapé and AIA for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to collaborate with these Brazilian institutions who do an amazing work in Brazil. So what I would like to share with you regarding finance and climate finance, it has become the central issue of this COP. It is something, it's some pillar of the climate regime that has to be strengthened and has to find its new ways. Because what the regime, what the agreements foresee for climate like 30 years ago has not delivered totally what it was supposed to deliver. And also there is this feeling that it's not sufficient anymore. No, climate action cannot rely only on the donations that developed countries make to the system. And that's the very argument that they are making here. Climate action demands an amount of resources and at such a scale that cannot rely only in one source. No, so the change that is needed, the reform that is needed, is that additional to these resources that they say they will keep putting in the system, we need to make financial flows consequential to climate action. So we are in a moment of turning point in terms of finance, because the old way, projects in vertical funds or the project-oriented approach is no longer adequate, is no longer sufficient to face the challenges that climate change is presenting nowadays. So what we must, the adaptation is to explore ways to make all finance flows consequences to climate change. So that was the the rationale behind our priorities for this year in G20. G20 is an informal group of countries, is an informal governance. There is no agreement guiding G20 workings. And its president rotates as COP's president. So this year, 2024, was Brazil the helmet. And what we proposed to our G20 countries was a task force to launch a global mobilization to fight climate change. But despite this beautiful name, what we wanted was to identify, to map, and to explore the changes, the systemic changes that are needed at this time to launch more, to relaunch climate finance in different bases. So that was what we did. We didn't discuss NCQG in G20. We didn't brought the challenges of these negotiations, of the UNCCC negotiations to G20. We invited our peers to freely discuss and explore what is needed, what kind of changes we needed. So was very difficult because for the first time we integrate climate negotiators with finance teams. So this task force, we had finance officials, climate officials, central banks, and environment officials. It was the first time G20 merged the political track and the finance track to integrated approach. Why we did that? Because all the studies, what science, what's the economics of climate are telling us is that to fight climate change at the scale and the speed that's needed, we need an integrated approach. It's no longer one ministry problem. It's no longer a part of this of economy problem. It's everybody's problem. You know, climate change will have to involve industry, energy, nature, transport, cities, states, subnational entities, big corporations, big techs. So it's an integrated approach, a holistic approach that's needed. It won't work if we try to fix parts by parts. You know, we have to understand the dimension of the change that was needed, and that was our proposition to G20. Was very interesting. Our ambition, we told our friends, we don't need declarations. We are not wasting our time drafting declarations, bringing text that is there, and that, no, we want to generate knowledge, we want to generate thinking, and try to understand the scale and the revolution that we need to make the financial flows flow towards climate policy and make more fiscal space available to governments to finance their own policies. So many things came out. I invite you to give a look at the G20 web page that the Brazilian president organized. The outcomes just came out in 24th of October. It was a ministerial meeting in Washington, D.C., because the finance ministers and the governors of central banks were there. So we just put there together the climate, environment, and foreign affairs ministers, and they all agreed on certain principles, on outcomes, and then there are some roadmaps, there are some new ideas. Also a very interesting development. The Brazilian presidency invited a group of independent economists to bring their inputs. So it was a group of 12 or 13 people. They were chaired by the Italian and British economist Mariana Mazzucato and Dr. Vera Swan. They have been writing and studying, you know, structural changes in the financial systems in order to make a resource readily available to finance energy transitions, just transitions. So also their report constitute a kind of roadmap to what has to be done. Well, there are many ideas, but if I can summarize some, what they can, it's coming forward from the discussion is that you need a whole of government approach. As I said, it won't work if we encapsulate the solutions in one or two or three areas of government, of society. It's a whole of government and a whole of society approach that is needed. Now, our policy must be integrated towards the one goal of transitioning towards green solutions. So a whole of government, whole of society approach. Also, it's very important that domestic reforms go along with international reforms. So countries have to design and implement sound, sustainable industrial policies. And also that the idea that the NDCs, the national determined contributions that countries are developing and are due to present until February, they should be a vehicle to expose, the transition plan of that country. So everybody could read on the NDC where that economy is going, and this should be written or presented in a way that investors can be part of the equation. And also that some structural changes in the financial systems, in the way, how you say, the risk assessment firms, the way they assess climate risks. This has to make it possible that low and middle income countries get more easy and have access to capital at a lower cost. Because the way things are now, it's 2 or 3 times higher the cost of capital for certain parts of the world than it is in the global north, for instance. Also, the question of debt, how to deal with the debt. To finance transitions wouldn't be fair that countries will get more in debt because the access to resources is becoming impossible for them. So this kind of identification, a mapping of challenges and possible solutions or ideas that policymakers should be looking at was what we tried to put forward in G20, and our aim is to pick up some of these ideas and make it work until COP30. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
The G20 process, and most important, how we have integrated a whole of society approach to these issues. So now I would like to move to the other panelists. So we'll start with Nigel, and I will ask you to keep brief to 2 to 3 minutes, so we can also have a time to open for the audience. So you are the co-founder of Ambition Loop and UN Climate Change High-Level Champion of COP26. Could you share how your organization is driving climate action, especially through partnerships with the private sector that we know are barely needed to advance the global net zero targets?
Sure, thank you. And really interesting to hear the progress on the G20. Lots to agree on, and a couple of things to a bit more detail. One of the other things I do, I'm on the UK's Climate Change Committee, and of course we've made a recommendation to the UK government, which I hope our Prime Minister will take seriously and announce tomorrow, an NDC of reducing emissions by 81% by 2035. And I'm also on the National Wealth Fund board, and that's important exactly because it gives that consistent signal to investors. And so what I've been doing really with Gonzalo Munoz from Chile since we were high-level champions for COP25, 26, and with Dr. Mahmoud for COP27, is trying to figure out how do we make what we call an ambition loop, that feedback loop between governments and the real economy. How do we make that work so that governments know that there are lots of people in the real economy, businesses, investors, communities, who want to move faster. That's important because governments have to keep communities and business on board in every system if they want to maintain their mandate to rule and to govern. And so knowing that they have support from the real economy helps raise ambition policy-wise. And of course, ambitious policy is essential for the real economy to move fast. So, and I think we are collectively learning how to make this connection better. So, I mean, you remember the whole origin of the high-level champion role was this system, the UNFCCC, recognizing that no matter how ambitious governments are, they can't implement the Paris Agreement on their own. So there's this whole idea of bringing in non-state actors. And you know, we talk about going from sort of headline targets to action. In Glasgow, I think we had a bit of a turning point. We started with launching the Race to Zero, trying to get everyone to commit in a science-based way in their own organization, whether it's a city or a business or a bank, to take the short-term actions to be on track for net zero 2050. And that went very well. I think the world was ready for that. And then we realized, but this is not enough. We have to be more granular. So for me, this is the most important lesson, is that we have to then collaborate at a more granular level. You can't collaborate at the level of the whole world. You can collaborate at the level of how do we decarbonize the steel industry? And to do that, you need to know what do we have to do in the steel industry? What's the pathway? And you have to translate that into language which makes sense for ministers of industry and for CEOs of steel companies and for buyers of steel. So this idea of this much more granular action agenda, so the 2030 breakthroughs we launched in Glasgow, then we translated that into the realm of adaptation in Egypt with the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda. And so now everything that I see through the lens of how do we get granular enough to bring together the whole of the real economy actors and solve problems for finance. So as the ambassador said, in the CERN-Stongway report in COP27 showed we need about 2.4 trillion in emerging markets, excluding China. A lot of that is domestic finance. That's a conversation which rarely happens in the UNFCCC because it's become adversarial. But if we don't mobilize domestic finance, then we won't reach the goals. But we have to get more granular. That 2.4 trillion a lot of it is for energy, and the solutions for mobilizing finance for energy are very different than for mobilizing finance for nature-based solutions or for adaptation and resilience. So we can't just talk at these top levels. And when it comes to the cost of capital, it is true that the cost of capital is a problem in lots of those areas, but not in many large emerging markets like India or Brazil or Indonesia, where there are mechanisms already for mobilizing capital. So we need to break the problem down. The problems for nature-based solutions are very different. This is where we need the developers and the financiers in the room with policymakers to understand that nature-based solutions are largely made by regulations. And then when it comes to adaptation and resilience, a whole other set of challenges. So it's been great to see the raising up of the profile of the role of the insurance sector in providing insurance to smallholder farmers, for example, and parametric insurance for climate catastrophes. So I'll stop there, but just to end by saying that only when we get together, yes, we need the big picture, which the G20 can do, but then when we want to get to actually solving problems, we have to get the right actors together. So the work we've been doing for the presidency of COP28 on food systems transformation brings together smallholder farmers, indigenous peoples, big agriculture and food companies to try and carve a collective pathway. And that's really hard because those are stakeholders with very different needs, belief systems. But if we don't come together and understand each other, we have no way of navigating our way through. So that's what we're trying to do.
So we need to get more granular, as you said, and also make connections across sector and across issues. So speaking about connections across issues, Karen, we were last week in Cali following Biodiverse COP, and you followed the negotiations really closely. So I would like to hear, since we are also talking about making connections, let's also connect here biodiverse with climate and the synergies. So if you could tell us about your impressions and the ongoing challenges of establishing a new independent biodiversity fund, what do you see as the essential next step so we can secure the financial resources that the ambassador was mentioning we so badly needed to address the biodiversity crisis as well?
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. A pleasure to stay here. Thank you, Aya. Thank you, Igarapé, for the invitation. Well, I can summarize my impressions in 3 words. And the first is the integration. No, a very clear message from the COP16 about the synergy between climate issues and the biodiversity. The urgency to harmonize actions was clear during the COP, during the conference, and the idea is the conference outcomes reflect this call for integration with country commitments and accelerate the alignment between the climate and biodiversity. And this is very important result is how we can reflect in our public policies at the national level. It's essential for us that the biodiversity strategies and the plans, the NBSAPs, are totally aligned with the NDCs, and these reflect all the commitments in the national level with the public policies. This is the first reflection that for me is very important during the COP16. And the second word is the implementation, because okay, we have the synergies, but how we can do this? And when we discuss about the implementation, we are discussing about the implementation of the national biodiversity strategies. And unfortunately, during the COP16, a few countries have presented the action plans. And this mechanism is fundamental to evaluate the progress of the new framework, the biodiversity framework established during the COP15 in Montreal. So use this instrument, we can arrive in my third word, the investment. Because, okay, we have the synergies, we have the mechanism to implement, but how we can implement. And the COP16, the COP without end, present for us a very clear message. The actual model where the country donors present finance to development country is not working. We need other alternatives. And how we can implement these alternatives is a big challenge. Because, of course, we have the commitments, but we know the size of the numbers is very, very big. We have a biodiversity fund to discuss about 200 billions, but you know the cost to implement the biodiversity framework is around 7 to 9 billions per year, 100 billions per year until 2030. So the numbers is not closed, and how we can change this situation is the big question. And probably just work together, create a kind of ecosystem funds, including private and public resources, and other innovative mechanisms like use of the, I forgot the name in English, but is the transfers of debt, the public debt, and convert this external debt for investment in nature-based solutions and other alternatives to avoid deforestation, to avoid the climate change, to avoid the loss of the biodiversity. So My main message is the necessity of work together and identify these other mechanisms and working in a kind of ecosystem fund to make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as Karen mentioned, we need to work together and we need different forms of financing. So, Tom, you do work with the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force. Taxing the ultra wealth has seen progress through the G20 under the Brazilian presidency. How do you see the global taxation agenda advancing through this process? Thank you.
Is that working? Yeah. So just for context, the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force was created at COP28. It was founded by France, Barbados, and Kenya, and it came out of a desire from those countries, and it kind of built on a conversation throughout last year where we were having this conversation, how do we fill the financing gap? And these countries have identified the need for looking at innovative sources of finance from levies and taxes on undertaxed and polluting sectors of the economy. And so the task force is looking at options and proposals for levies across these sectors, especially on aviation, on maritime shipping, on the fossil fuel industry, but also options like a financial transactions tax or carbon pricing. And it's looking at developing proposals and building political will and coalitions of the willing to support and champion these over the months to come. And it will conclude at COP30 in Brazil, where we will have, hopefully by then, countries putting forward these proposals and setting out how to carry those forward. Just to kind of reflect on why do we need these taxes and levies? Why do we need to look at this issue of a solidarity levy? Trying to raise finance from these sectors and contribute and allocate a share of it to developing countries for their climate and development finance. It's because fundamentally, if you look at the financing needs, of course, the private sector will play a huge role. Of course, innovative instruments and the MDBs and other mechanisms will play a huge role. But there is an urgent need to look at how we raise concessional public grant finance for developing countries, especially on issues like adaptation and loss and damage, but not exclusively for. And if you look at donor governments are, it's cutting out slightly. If you look at where the donor governments are, we know that it's been very difficult to see that finance being raised over the past few years, and it's in many of these contexts, the politics is very difficult in terms of raising additional public finance, and so we really do need to look at these new ways of raising revenue, and the potential they hold is very significant. I mean, if you just look at some of the studies, and I've got some of the numbers here, there's a huge potential to raise revenues. So a fossil fuel levy of $5 per ton of CO2 could raise in 2024 about $216 billion a year if that was a globally agreed levy, and that's a report by the Climate Damages Tax proposal. Similarly, a financial transactions tax, a levy of 0.1%, so a very low rate of 0.1% on stocks and bonds, or 0.01% on derivatives, could raise in the region of $238 to $420 billion a year. Now, if you implemented these sorts of measures, not all of that finance would necessarily go to climate finance for developing countries. Of course, there has to be a conversation about how we use those revenues, and the G20, similarly, the proposal for a wealth tax, there's a conversation to be had about how, if countries did implement that, where would the share of allocation of revenues go? There are many pressing issues that we need to tackle, and some of this would be spent domestically. But the key thing is that when we're having conversations around, and especially here at COP29, around the new collective quantified goal, these sorts of options show that we can be raising a very large core public finance sum in these solutions. The real challenge is the political will to do that. And so that's what the task force is aimed at tackling. How political case for solidarity levies, how can we show that these are necessary and urgent measures that we need to bring in to really address the financing problem. So yeah, it kind of sits alongside options like the wealth tax, and there's it's a huge array of other proposals. There's a very vibrant conversation going on at the IMO on a shipping levy, which would be of decarbonisation measures, but would also raise finance potentially both for the decarbonisation of shipping, but also out-of-sector uses, including for supporting developing countries. So it's a very live area, and hopefully over the next 12 months we'll see a huge political shift towards recognising the role of these levies.
We are almost running out of time, but we have an amazing audience here. So I will ask if you have a question that you can summarize in 30 seconds, so I can give 1 minute for each speaker to close the discussion.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a professor in the University of São Paulo and the Chief of Sustainability also. And I would like to know how we can connect the academia with these issues, the public and the private sectors. In my opinion, it's very important to do this to have success. Thank you.
Look at o Carlos ali.
Thank you very much. Excellent panel. Quick question. I'm sure the answer is not easy. Considering what happened last week, how this conversation changed and how it moves forward, what are the challenges and opportunities? And I mean, of course, the election in the US. Thank you. And Lilian, I would really appreciate if you could address this. Thank you very much.
So ask Ambassador Lilian to start, and ask also the panelists to summarize in like 1 minute, because we need to leave the room. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on the tax levies solution. Just you know, it's an area that we must advance. That it's kind of cut off. It's very much welcome, but I just want to clarify that we should avoid some confusion. You know, all these initiatives, the tax, the changing of bank regulations, the Basilea rules, they're really important. But we think that it's still, since we live in a rules-based, in a rule of law world, the climate regime is governed by international agreements. So in the international agreements, they have certain rules. What we are discussing here in this COP29 is the traditional notion, the traditional concept of climate finance. That is Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. That is the public resource that developed countries have the responsibility to provide to the developing world. So I see that there is much confusion, and this it's important to separate what is the new goal and what is the flows, the international financial flows that must advance also. But in order to have a new goal for climate finance, we should try to understand that they belong to the same climate world, the same finance world, but in different objectives. And replying to your questions, we hope that elections won't change the commitments of countries, especially high emitter countries like the US, their commitments under international law to collectively address the challenges of climate change. So it's impossible to see, to know what will happen in the future. We hope that the US remains within the regime. They are a very important part, very constructive. They push for lots of ambition, and would be unfortunate that that domestic realities could change this important commitment of the US. So let's hope that the reality, what's happening in the world, inside the US as well, the extreme weather events, that will bring government to be responsible and to keep working, because this is a collective effort. No country will address alone the challenge of climate change, so we'll better stick together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. So the other if you could reduce from 1 minute to 30 seconds, because we need to give the space for the next event.
Very quickly on academia, I think we have very real examples how academic rigor and academic thinking has totally transformed the conversation around finance. You you referenced Matsukato Songwe report. I think the Stern Songwe Bhattacharya report in COP27 opened up the conversation from this obsession about 100 billion, which was a promise made and not delivered, so important, but it's 4% of the solution. And obsessing on 4% of the solution is a sure way to fail. So the fact that we're having this really expansive conversation about alternative sources of income, the fact that we're talking much more seriously about domestic finance, the fact we're talking much more seriously about private finance, is, I think, largely a result of the intervention of trusted academic. And the other things that academic do is hold lots of initiatives to account. There's the academic advisory councils on the Race to Zero, Race to Resilience, all sorts of things. Really, really important to be involved in those real-world initiatives in a governance way, not just from outside.
Karen.
Thank you. Well, to achieve better results, we need monitoring and we need the transparency. And science is fundamental to achieve the results. So the role of academic is fundamental in this process. And my final reflection is about the monitoring. And we need a lot better indicators and work together to understand how we can achieve the results that we commitment during the conference. Thank you.
And yeah, very quick. On academia and universities, I think one of the key things that we'll need to do around proposals for the solidarity levies will be to really understand what are the impacts and how do we design them in a way that is progressive, that doesn't have undue distributive impacts on the poorest or the most vulnerable. How do we ensure that it really leads to and social justice and doesn't cause harm? So this will be important.
Thank you, our panelists. Thank you, Aya, for being here. And we look forward to continue this discussion outside here as well. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now? All good? Perfect. So a very, very warm welcome to the ICAO briefing session, Implementing a Clean Energy Transition for International Aviation in support of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I'm honored to have with me today the President of the ICAO Council, Mr. Salvatore Ciacchitano, and the Deputy Minister of Transport of Azerbaijan, Elmin Mammadov. Thank you both for being with here today. My name is Jane Hoopie. I am the responsible for the environmental program in ICAO, and I am the special envoy of the ICAO Secretary General to COP. And here's the plan. We are going to have a first keynote speech by the President of the Council. Then I'll provide you an overview of how we are dealing with this clean energy transition in aviation. And after, I have the pleasure of having the state's perspectives on clean energy and capacity building for international aviation from the Deputy Minister. And I have a surprise for you at the end. We are going to have a signing ceremony for Azerbaijan to come and join ICAO on Act SAF. With no more delays, Mr. President, may I ask you to take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. And good afternoon, everybody. Dear delegates to COP29, it's a pleasure for me today to address you in this ICAO briefing on the contribution of international civil aviation to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. What is ICAO? ICAO is a UN specialized agency specialized in international aviation, composed by 193 states, and they are working all together in order to establish minimum standards and recommended practice that allow we all, to fly safely, securely, and environmentally sustainable civil aviation. The year 2024 is a special moment for ICAO. Next month, 7 December, will mark the 80th anniversary of ICAO and the signing of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, the so-called Chicago Convention. 8 decades. Defining international agreements has served as a fundament or foundation for the development of the global civil aviation system to the benefit of all nations. Indeed, international aviation provides multiple benefits to international community. It is essential for the connectivity of peoples and business, an essential driver for tourism, and a key enabler of development as it contributes to more than 3.5 trillion of the global GDP. If I say 3.5 trillion to the contribution of the global GDP, is not clear what is a figure. Is it corresponding to the GDP of France or the GDP of Germany? This is aviation as a sector. And of course creates more than 80 million jobs around the world. While aviation continues to play a pivotal role in global connectivity and economic role, ICAO and its member states are piloting an ambitious environmental agenda with the objective of making aviation more sustainable and environmentally responsible. The work of ICAO on the environment contributes to 14 of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 13, which calls for urgent climate action. These SDGs are ICAO's common roadmap toward a sustainable future for the aviation sector. Under the leadership of ICAO, the international aviation sector is committed to addressing its impact on global climate and is now fully committed to fully implementing its clean energy transition. At the last ICAO Assembly in 2022, member states agreed a collective global long-term aspirational goal for international aviation of net zero carbon emissions by 2050 in support of the Paris Agreement's temperature goal. As a sustainable aviation fuels, so-called SAF, and the clean energies will be the primary contributors to reducing aviation emissions, ICAO adopted last year a global framework to scale up the production, development and deployment of cleaner energies in all regions, while emphasizing the imperative that no country is left behind. The global framework set an ambitious target, reducing international aviation CO2 emissions by 5% by 2030 through the use of cleaner aviation energies. I wish to underline that 5% could be perceived not ambitious enough. But we have to consider that when the global framework was adopted last year, the production of SAF was very, very, very low. So in order to reach the production sufficient to reach the CO2, 5% of CO2 emission reduction by 2030, there is a need to scale up the production and to deploy SAF. The framework also provided clarity, consistency, and predictability to governments, investors, industry, and the fuel producers on the policies, regulations, implementation needs, and investments required to support and unlock the full potential of aviation sector's energy transition. Since the adoption of the framework, we are seeing an immense progress in SAF deployment and production in all regions, which we are monitoring through the ICAO Cleaner Energy Tracker tools. Mrs. Ayupe will show in a few moments how this system can work. It's on our website, and you yourself can have access and to monitor how this production and this deployment of SAF is going to increase. For example, 136 airports are now distributing SAF globally, with more than 350 facilities engaged in SAF production. SAF is currently approved for up to 50% blending with the conventional jet fuel, and we aim for 100% SAF commercial operation in the near future. I mean, by 2030, the aviation industry, manufacturing industry, is committed to reach the certification of engines with a blend, no longer blend, actually 100% fuel SAF. Achieving the clean energy transition for aviation will require unprecedented efforts and collaboration towards capacity building support and access to financing for the production and use of sustainable fuels. Concrete support to states is also being provided through the ICAO Assistance Capacity Building and Training for SAF, called ACSAF, is the program that will be joined by Azerbaijan in a few moments, involving now over 200 states and organizations. This initiative provides essential support to states, such as exchange of best practices, training, policy development, and feasibility studies. More than 20 SAF feasibility studies are to be launched in the upcoming years. ICAO is also working on the operationalization of the Finvest Hub to facilitate access to financing and investments towards aviation decarbonization projects, including the development of a platform to connect aviation decarbonization projects developers with the public and the private investors. Indeed, the challenge is to connect investors, fuel producers and investors, with the aviation world in order to enhance the production of SAF. CORSIA, the carbon offsetting reduction scheme for international aviation, is also another success story. I'm delighted to acknowledge that as of today, 129 member states are voluntarily participating in the scheme, and more states are expected to participate in the future years. The high environmental integrity of CORSIA CO2 monitoring, reporting and verification system, by which 99% of the verified CO2 emissions are reported by states to ICAO annually, is a testimony of its success. This is a clear fundamental tool without which you cannot have an effective mechanism of offsetting if you don't have evidence and the certainty of what are the CO2 emissions globally. CORSIA also provides the important basis to facilitate the development and deployment of SAF and aviation clean energies through the globally harmonized frameworks for the assessment of the life cycle emissions values and the sustainability certification of such fuels. For sure, Mrs. Yuppe will give you more highlights on this. I can assure you that there is a strong political will at the global level to ensure that the aviation sector delivers on its clean energy transition toward net zero 2050. As I conclude my remarks, let me reaffirm that ICAO will continue to work in close cooperation with its 193 states and all relevant stakeholders to ensure aviation's safe and remarkably journeys towards its decarbonization future. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a great session. Thank you.
So, you have noticed by the President how much work is ongoing in ICAO, and I just want to highlight a few of the issues the President just mentioned by putting things in context and by showing you some figures that I'm sure are going to impress you. What we are seeing right now is a very exciting moment for aviation. We are one of the most difficult to abate sectors. That's how we see aviation. But we also have this objective of becoming your best example of how a hard-to-abate sector can become net zero. So you'll see all the actions that we have been put in place. Let's see if I hope we have time at the end for a few questions as well to be a bit more interactive. So if we can start to, as the President says, we contribute with 14 of the 17 SDGs. ICAO has put really global standards for noise, local air quality, CO2 emissions, and we work very hard on adaptation now for aviation. You can imagine with all the extreme climate events, how much aviation also will have to adapt. Turbulences, the load factor in an aircraft because of high temperatures. We have been deplaning passengers and cargo because of the high temperatures. De-icing in the north with some equipments that we have put in place for aviation sliding down. We have storm and dust storms in the Arab region. It's you can imagine that dust that comes from the desert has salt in it. And if that comes into a turbine of an aircraft, those are millions of dollars that are lost. So, and we cannot operate in many of those conditions. When you shut down one of the airports in the Caribbean or in the Pacific area because of weather conditions, those are millions of dollars and a lot of assistance that cannot reach those states. So this is very serious because, as the President says, this is a vehicle for development. So you stop the connection by air. In many of those countries, you stop the country. So that's, I want just to put that in perspective because I want you to remember that. If you forget all the things we say today, please tell your friends, every time that you take a plane now and you go up the plane and sit down, remember you're sitting down 18,000 of international standards that had to be agreed by 193 states and more than 80 organizations to become an international standard. So next time you tell a friend, you know how many standards are sitting on? 18,000. So, okay, to put in perspective, let's go to the next slide. Let me tell you the proportion of things, because Sometimes we lose that proportion with very alarming news on aviation emissions, aviation growth, etc. In fact, through the IPCC, and we are one of the very single sectors that does have an IPCC report dedicated to aviation, the IPCC report 1998, we are 2% of the global emissions, but that's total aviation. We in ICAO, we only deal with international aviations. We don't deal with domestic aviation. Domestic aviation is under the remit of each state, like the road transport, the trains. Local aviation within the state is the remit of the state. But when you go from one state to the other, we have to harmonize those things, including on environment, accountability, etc. Measures in one state can highly impact how that sector is going to take place in another state. That's why we have ICAO in the first place. So if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to make sure that you understand, while ICAO is doing all the monitoring, verification, reporting of international emissions, and the President just mentioned the rate of compliance now and our success on our MRV. We have in place for 5 years under our CORSIA, which is the offsetting schemes, I'll talk about that, a very powerful MRV system. It means that any airline flying international has to report annually on the CO2 emissions from those flights. That is verified by a third-party verifier and is sent to the state where this airline is registered. The state has to put the information of all the airlines that are registered in that state together and send through a platform called the CCR to ICAO. We, in our side, well, the state verifies again, and we are in our side in ICAO, we verify again. We put all that information together to give you yearly the account of how many aviation emissions are being produced in tons of CO2. That is super serious, is third-party verified, and after 5 years of already implementing that MRV this year, we had 99% of compliance. 99% of our emissions, in fact, were submitted directly from states and verified by a third party. We only had to fill the gap, as we talk, with very few states. 1% of the emissions only. We had to fill the gap in the Secretariat, which is an accomplishment that for anyone that here deals with inventories and monitoring, etc., knows how hard that is. Okay, next slide, please. Let me just give you come very quickly with you through the journey that led us as we are right now. The first thing I want to highlight was in 2010 was when ICAO put its first goal forward. At the time, having a carbon neutral growth in a few years was something considered extremely ambitious. So in 2010, we said by 2020, aviation emissions will grow, aviation traffic will grow, but not aviation emissions. So we said carbon neutral growth from 2020, okay? That now might seem a little bit odd, but bear with me. We are very few sectors that continue to maintain that carbon neutral growth 2020 as something that does not allow aviation to continue to peak over 2020 before we reduce. So from that threshold, we are already going down. And you will see that we have new objectives as we went along. And 2 years ago, in fact, the last 2 years have been incredible because we had two historical decisions. 2 years ago, we had in the Assembly in 2022 the carbon net zero decision for a goal, aligning our sector with the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. And while we were doing that, we had to put a big study out called the Long-Term Aspirational Goal Study that looked in all the possibilities within aviation to really decarbonize. What happened in that study came out very clearly that cleaner energies was the element that will make us really get to the net zero. So we had, since the Assembly, invested very hard in accelerating action on clean energy. I'll talk about that. But then we had a conference last year where we had defined a shorter term goal just for the use and deployment of such fuels. We said by 2030, 5% of our reductions from aviation will have to, on CO2 from aviation, will have to come by the use and deployment of sustainable fuels. That means that we have to produce much more fuel to get to that 5% CO2 emissions reductions as we base that on a life cycle basis. So very important milestones since 2010. We have action plans that we decided to do. I have close to 150 states developing their action plan, talking about their action on how they are going to tackle aviation. That's very important because they have to know what they can do so that we can help them better. So I will not continue talking on that slide specifically, but let me just do the two highlights. I talked to you about the long-term aspirational goal to next year. Next slide, yeah. So that was in 2022. We had said we have a few streams that we have to follow. Technology is one. You are seeing the revolution we are doing with aviation. We have smaller routes now already working on electric aircraft. We are looking, we already have thousands of flights using sustainable aviation fuels on a 50% basis. We are looking into hydrogen very closely. It's a longer-term solution, but we think that by 2040s we will be able to see that solution in place. We are moving on the sustainable aviation fuels from 50% to 100% SAF into the tanks. And we are putting an enormous framework to accelerate all of that, and we will talk about that. So the next slide is that conference that the president mentioned last year was in Dubai, UAE, just before the COP. And that conference was so important because you will see that for us it was very important to realize that the clean energy transition was a marathon, right? But in that marathon, we decided that we would all reach the net zero by 2050, that we would have goals, etc. But not everybody was leaving the starting point at the same time. That's a reality. Some of our states are already flying with sustainable aviation fuels. Some are already producing, and some states were still looking at, wow, maybe I can produce. What's the difference? You know, while we have two handfuls of states that can produce aviation fuels from fossil fuels, we want to have 193 states producing cleaner energy for aviation. That's the potential we have that. And it's not a wish, it's a need. For us to reach that goal, we will have to have everybody producing. And one of the big commitments we had in the conference was that no country was going to be left behind, that we're going to put in place the element of finance and capacity building with the same weight that we were agreeing on the goal itself. So it's a package. The policies and the framework would have to be in place. We would be working very hard to have all those elements in the framework, in the regulatory framework for states, helping them put their policies, etc. But then we would put a program for really pushing the financing for the clean energy and the capacity building. And I'll talk more about that. But let's take a look at the GIFAF elements so that you understand. We have 4 elements that compose that framework. And those elements are super important to understand because they have to be all balanced, as I just said to you. So we cannot just say, oh, let's achieve that goal. We push for the goal, we agree on the goal, but we don't put the capacity building, we don't put the finance. So how can states do it? They cannot do it if they don't receive the necessary support. And that is why the GIFAF was so important. It talked about sustainable aviation fuels, low carbon fuels, and any other cleaner energies that we could work with to make that a reality. And it's not only in the air, it's on the ground as well. I'll give you an example. So we have been implementing a lot of programs, solar to the gate, we call. Why? For a regional flight, you have to stay in the gate with the aircraft, with the air conditioning turned on, and all the electricity, etc., for 45 minutes. Where does that energy come from? Usually it's from something called the APU, that is in the tail of the aircraft, but uses the fuel from the aircraft. And if it's fossil fuel, that is running on fossil fuel on the ground. We don't need to do that anymore. We can use solar to the gate and do all of that 45 minutes at the gate. If it's an international flight, which is the ones that we account for, it's 2 hours preparations usually. Can you imagine every single flight, 2 hours of energy running? So we have many solutions on the ground. We can tug the aircraft with cleaner energy on the ground by pushing those aircrafts. We can release more the traffic so we have less congestion on the ground, et cetera, et cetera. So we are doing a lot on the ground as well. It's not only in the air. It's very important to see that. But I want to tell you something. One big decision by the Assembly and by the GFAF was monitoring. You don't measure, you don't show, you don't prove. And we wanted to say, we want to go, but we want to be able to measure it. We need to measure it to see if we are going to the right direction. If we have to do something that will put us in the right direction in case it's not, right? So we start monitoring. Right now we're doing a huge work for that we call LMR, which is the long-term monitoring and reporting for all the elements, but also SAF. That methodology will be approved at September next year, endorsing by the Assembly. But in the meantime, we have put something very cool for tracking everything. It's what we call the ICAO tracker tools. And I hope that works. If it doesn't, please, please, please take a look at the web yourselves afterwards, because it's super cool. And it's an immense amount of work running behind the scenes for you to see what you'll be seeing now. Tetsui, can we try to put the tracker tools there? So basically what we have many tracker tools that tells you, based on the announcements that are made, how many policies are in place for sustainable aviation fuels, how many airports are operating with those fuels now, how many, so that's the page. And if you go down, you have that same slide that you saw. And if you click on those things, behind the scenes is this immense database that you can see as well what you are looking at. So if you look at the policies, for example, Tetsui, can you try? So on the first one, so that's the tracker of the policies. And then you will have a map where you see all the policies that are around the world already specific for sustainable aviation fuels. So if you are a state that still don't have a policy and you want to get inspiration and you want to see, not invent the wheel, but see how things are being done, here's a lot of policies. Of course, we have many other materials. We have guidance published, documentation published, for you to know how states are doing that and to guide you, do your policies in your state, okay? But that's a result of things that are happening right now. And then down you have the policies, description of the policies, even the link. You click on the link and you see the policy. So it's really to help all of our states to put down the policy that will make sure that we are going to accelerate clean energy. Tetsui, let's try to put something on the map with all the production, in fact, if you could. So you can see there is some plants, there are plants, some plants for refineries for sustainable aviation fuels that are being implemented, that are being commissioned. Some are already producing. And so we have a map that shows the volume of the fuels and what stage that is, if there is planned, if there is effectively producing, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the map. And if you click, the green, I don't know if you can see the green dots are the ones producing. So if you, get one of the green, to see how it's, so if you click there, you will see which one is this refinery, how is things, what is the feedstock, everything is there, guys. So you know what's happening in the world, and that also gives us, for example, aviation different from other sectors, just not relying on the production to come and then we'll see. We are, with our airlines, we are really pushing for the airlines to do off-take agreements. So you would have the demand in the future pushing for the producers to be really sure that they have to produce that fuel then that fuel will be bought by someone at the end of the day. So this offer and demand signal is there. It's very important. So please have fun with the trackers. There's trackers for everything. Promise me that you're going at least to try the trackers. And of course, if you have any suggestions back to us, please send the suggestions back to us. We really want to improve that tracker, and it's to serve you. So if you have any suggestions, please bring back. Okay, maybe Tetsuya will have to go back because I think I'm going a little bit beyond my time here. But anyway, we put the next slide, please. Let me talk to you so you can see all the good progress. Imagine, this is a brand new industry. Look at the numbers. We have 0 airports distributing SAF. Now we have 160 something and 30 something. You know, how many feedstocks are, so I will explain how we do with the feedstocks. We can have waste, we can have bio, we can have even now e-fuels. We are looking into e-fuels. And all those feedstocks, they are classified, their emissions factors, comparing with fossil fuel, they are there. This is an immense work that we are doing. I'll be showing that. Tetsuya, can we have the next slide, please? So, I talked to you about this inventories, this MRV, That has started because of Corsia. When we reached the first, when we established the very first goal, remember, 2010, we said in 2020 will be carbon neutral growth. We knew we could not do that only within the sector. So we looked into many possibilities to complement the reduction of emissions in case we would not reach there. So what did we do? We looked into emissions trading, taxes, offsetting, and we saw that the most economic, the ones that made more sense, the most practical one, the ones that would more deliver for the developing countries was a global offsetting, because we were asking that those offset programs be mainly on developing countries, okay, with that scheme. So we established Corsia, but Corsia does like that. Here is the line in 2020. I cannot go beyond the emissions in that line. But to know if I reach the line or not, if I'm an airline, I have to do the monitoring. That's the monitoring I told you. And it's so successful now. So because of COVID, the levels that we were in 2019 have not yet been reached until 2023. So the offset didn't happen in practice. We prepared everything, but we are below the levels still. So by the time we reach that level and surpass this level, we will start offsetting. So we are not peaking from there. From there we want to decrease, okay? That's very important. But Corsia also does 2 things. One, for the offsetting, you have to compensate with the market. You go outside, you buy emissions units that are published, and I'll talk about that. But you also can do that by using sustainable aviation fuels. So if you prove you're using sustainable aviation fuels, then you can offset, instead of offsetting with carbon market units, you can offset with the same tone on benefits on CO2 by SAF. So let's have the next slide. So this is how we cover the themes for the sustainability for the units, right? I cannot see from here. Yes. So when we do compensate with sustainable aviation fuels, we only consider sustainable aviation fuels if you pass those criteria, okay? If you don't pass, no sustainable aviation fuels. Why? Because for us, environmental robustness is the most important thing. So it's not someone coming from the corner and say, oh, I have here a sustainable, it's not like that. It has to go through that criteria, has to be certified by a certification scheme. And even the certification schemes, we approve those schemes that can certify the fuel in ICAO, okay? So this is the criteria, and behind that, we have many publications. So I am state X, and I want to produce with sugarcane, okay? So I have two publications. One, that this state will come and propose it, but it will be a global approach with the methodology. Or I can come and say, I want a specific approach for me because I do it really, really more sustainable than the average. So you can have the two publications. Or you use a general factor, or you use your own state factor, okay? And those publications are there. If you are not at least 10%, don't even start because you are not a sustainable fuels. If you are, you have to look into the water with the content of CO2 in the soil, blah, blah, all the scale, okay? So for Corsia, you have to do all of that. It has to be third-party verified, and you will report back to ICAO on that tone. And then you can compensate your emissions with that tone. Or, then it's the next slide, you will go in the market and you are going to buy offset units, ton of CO2, okay? But also, you don't just go out there and go to Johnny's file and say, Johnny, send me a few tons of CO2. It's not like that. In the same way, we have the criteria. We have a specific group that is composed by many states that are elected by our council to analyze every program to the different phases, of course. So we are entering the first phase next year, and we have a few programs that we have elected that will be producing the offsets to the Corsia. Now, caveats. For the first phase of the Corsia, we estimated with the growth that we are going to need more or less 100 million tons to compensate. That's our estimate. Nobody knows the future, right? But that's our estimate for the next 3 years. However, those programs that we have already approved, and there is still 1 year for more programs to be approved, they could potentially already give to Corsia 1 billion tons, okay? So you need 100 million tons. You're going to get 1 billion tons. So what happens? Not all of those things will go to Corsia, right? Other sectors might require that. That is why one of the discussions that is so important here in this conference is Article 6 and the issue of authorization. It's like, it's not enough that we go through all that scheme, that we go and discuss, that we approve those schemes, that we analyze every single program to see if they can be fit for purpose, that we produce that list in ICAO. But if the state does not authorize that to be used under Corsia, that could be put under the NDCs. So it's not international aviation. I cannot double count. So the authorization is something fundamental for the voluntary market, because that really ensures them that they can do the investment and come back with those tones for the aviation. So they have an incentive to do that. And we will not have the issue of double counting or double charging, which is also a big issue for aviation. We will have, that's a very exciting topic. We can stay here forever, but let's move a little bit more. So it's very important as well that we look into the capacity building. I said to you, remember, there were all those elements. Capacity building is a big one. And we are so proud of the program that we call ACT-SAF. It's Assistance, Capacity Building and Training for Sustainable Aviation Fuels. In less than 2 years, there's already more than 200 partners with us, states and industry. And ACT-SAF it's really, we have with us, so imagine, we are aviation, eh? We are talking now about energy, sustainable energy. So I need the people that understand sustainable energy, not just aviation. So that's why we created ACT-SAF, and our partners come from the producers, the people that do the certification of sustainability, et cetera, academia, all of them are with us. Why? We have the series, the training series. It's all hands on deck, as we like to say in aviation. We call the guy that builds the refinery to talk about building refineries. We call the guy that does the certification of the feedstock to talk about certification of feedstocks. So it's a one-on-one interaction with those that really make it, those that really are doing it, which is very important. Also, we said some states, remember the marathon, some states have not yet started. They need to buy the shoes, to buy the shorts, to buy the t-shirt, to run. They don't know if they need a cap or not, but that is starting to talk about SAF. That's the feasibility studies. We are now going in 20 African states. We already did 5. We are going on 20 states, most African states, to do feasibility studies, to tell them, here, this is the feedstock that's your potential. Here's the production process that is more fit for purpose for you. And then we do some economic business studies to say if that's bankable or not before they start entering in the development phase of the project. This is very important. And the feasibility studies have been very, very crucial. ICAO does not need to do all the feasibility studies. That's we have our ACSAF and we have the templates. So we are partnering with others that will be using our templates to make sure that it's harmonized, that it's using our criteria for SAF and everything else, but they can contribute with us doing that. So ACSAF is thumbs up and it's working beautifully, guys. It's so exciting for us. So next slide, you'll see how we are going to match then the ACSAF and the next thing that I'll be talking to you about, which is the Finvest. So Finvest Hub is something we agreed to do under the FAF, under the Assembly, to help states to have access to the clean energy money. Building those refineries was estimated from start to be $3.2 trillion by 2050 for us to reach the amount of clean fuels we need. It's a lot of money, and we need to have access to that money to decarbonize such a difficult sector to decarbonize. So we are now putting that platform, that's a matchmaking between those states that have the potential for production and have those projects with those that can finance the projects. We have the goals, we have the framework, we have the readiness, we have the willingness of the states. Airlines will, in the private sector, are saying we will get into that pool of financing too. So it's moving fast. We are operationalizing now the Finvest so that we can really, really deliver. Last but not least, I need to talk about something very serious. In many instances, we have seen over and over the issue of taxation on aviation to pay for the the decarbonization on other sectors. Again, guys, you have seen how many action aviation has to take. We don't have the money to decarbonize even the sector to say, if you take this money from the sector to put in another sector to decarbonize, it's not going to happen, right? And what we see with a lot of alarm, I think all of us can contribute and should contribute, but what we see with alarm is that the proportionality when they talk about taxation on aviation is just not there. For a sector that's responsible for 1.3% of the emissions, the financing goes beyond 50% of the bill sometimes in those calculations. So we give a big heads up here, mainly because, you know, as the president mentioned in the very beginning, this is a basic for development aviation. The way international aviation will be growing is much, much more on the developing countries from now onwards. There is where the growth rates are. So the developing countries will be the most affected by any taxation that we agree right now. So we have to be very careful with that file because that can have so many unwanted implications. So I give that cautionary notes here. And I think with that, what I would like to do is to invite our guest from Azerbaijan. So, Vice Minister, it's our pleasure to hear you and some of the actions that you're doing in your state. And we are here to support. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state policy of the Azerbaijan Republic prioritizes environmental sustainability across all industrial sectors, including aviation. President of Azerbaijan Ilham Aliyev has demonstrated a strong commitment to environmental protection, prioritizing ecological health alongside socio-economic growth. His administration has initiated numerous environmental projects, including the declaration of 2024 as the Year of Solidarity for the Green World, which saw the launch of several programs to combat pollution, increase forest cover, and rehabilitate natural landscapes. Recognizing global environmental threats such as climate change and biodiversity loss, President Aliyev calls for international cooperation to address these challenges, emphasizing Azerbaijan's role in the global community. By investing in clean and renewable energy sources, Azerbaijan has been strengthening its efforts toward reducing environmental impact. This commitment to sustainable energy has positively influenced the transport sector, where clean energy transformation has become a priority. Although aviation is not the highest emission sector within the transport industry, its growing role in Azerbaijan's economy brings a responsibility to address its environmental impact. As a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization, Azerbaijan is committed to reducing aviation's carbon footprint and building a sustainable future for international aviation. Our long-standing and effective partnership with ICAO has been instrumental in supporting capacity building initiatives for clean energy adoption in aviation. I would like to express special appreciation to the ICAO Euronaut Regional Office and its head, Mr. Ralo, whose efforts in every visit and communication, whether on safety, security or other issues, have continuously emphasized environmental priorities to impetus our commitment to sustainability. Azerbaijan is dedicated to its emissions reduction commitments, aiming to decrease aviation emissions by 35% by 2030 and further by 40% by 2040. Achieving these ambitious goals relies on several key initiatives: incentives for sustainable aviation fuels development and deployment, funding research and development of lower emission technologies to advance sustainable aviation, regulatory and policy support for promoting clean airports and sustainable fuel adoption, as well as supporting international frameworks like ICAO's Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation Corsia. Today's event is especially significant and it includes the signing of the ACTSAF document on capacity building for international aviation, attended by His Excellency President Salvatore Schietianu. This milestone is the result of collaboration between the State Civil Agency of Azerbaijan and ICAO experts from both headquarters and the Paris office. I extend my gratitude to the President and all experts involved in this partnership. The ACTSAF program will enhance the qualifications of national experts and foster cooperation across sectors, transport, energy and environment to promote sustainable aviation practices, safe handling and clean technologies. Partnership with ACTSAF can also support programs that fund clean energy initiatives. By sharing best practices and aligning with global standards, we can strengthen our sustainability goals. I call upon all participants to join efforts in adopting clean energy and building capacity for the future of aviation. Together, we can achieve our sustainability goals and support a greener, more resilient aviation industry. Thank you very much.
So to wrap up our program, I'm very pleased to invite Nicola Rallo, which is the director of the Aeronaut Office, together with Massim Ziadev, which is the deputy director of the Civil Aviation Authority of Azerbaijan, to sign ACTSAF. We have microphones here if you two want to say a few words. The documents are in the table over there.
Normally, thank you very much. Normally we say States first, but Your Excellency, Vice Minister Mamadov, dear Mr. President, dear Jane, ladies and gentlemen, dear ICAO colleagues, dear friends, I don't want to take too much of your time, but first of all, I would like to express our congratulations, sincere congratulations to Azerbaijan for joining the AXAF program. Now you all know, thanks to Jane, what the AXAF program is about. It's about today and it's about tomorrow, and one of the most important tasks that we have, which is to decarbonize aviation, to make sustainable aviation a reality. Now Azerbaijan, thanks to the leadership and the commitment of its governments, from the esteemed President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, to the ministers, to the government, the Prime Minister. I had the chance to meet with them, with the Prime Minister, with the Minister of Environment, with the Minister of Digital Transformation and Transportation. What I saw is a huge commitment. I would like also to congratulate Azerbaijan for the intensified cooperation with ICAO in the last few years. ICAO is one with the headquarters, with regional offices, but we're one ICAO and we serve our states. And this is very encouraging for the years to come. Not much to say, other also to thank personally Mr. Nazim Ziadov for his commitment, and Mr. Vice Minister Mamadov for also encouraging so much our work. It is the beginning today with a long journey of expanding the cooperation that was already very intense between Azerbaijan and ICAO to the field of sustainable aviation. It will be a journey, inshallah, filled with achievements. So to Azerbaijan, thank you very much. Çok sağ ol.
Thank you. It's really great honor to have this opportunity to be able to sign this document that we are intending to sign today in the presence of our colleagues from ICAO, our honorable guests. And we have to note one very important thing. We are persons who are dedicated to certain types of ambition in aviation. And you already know that aviation is a leading sector. We do have certain goals that sometimes some people do consider that it's impossible to realize and reach. However, by step-by-step development, we do prove that we are able to achieve these goals. And we can consider ourselves and be proud of the fact that we are poor believers. And by signing this document, I do believe that in the future, we already do have that respective capacity building and cooperation with ICAO. We will step further and will do even more work to build the capacity that we all need. And ICAO will surely benefit in that framework. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's sign. Thank you all.
Hi everyone, welcome to the inauguration of the SDG Pavilion at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. My name is Ariel Alexevich and I'm a Sustainable Development Officer at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the organizer of this pavilion. Thank you very much to our generous sponsors for making this pavilion possible. The SDG Pavilion aims to make clear the connections between global climate action and the ongoing work towards achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals. At this point, I would like to welcome UN Undersecretary General Mr. Lee Junhua to deliver some opening remarks.
Thank you, Aria. Well, it's so nice to see that so many familiar faces and also the fresh faces in this SDG Pavilion. Well, I'm really honored and pleased to welcome all of you to join me and with my team to this inauguration of SDG Pavilions here at the COP29 in Baku. As all of you know, that the SDG Pavilion has emerged over the years as a key platform for showcasing the synergistic and integrated actions to climate change and the SDG challenges. Well, to meet these challenges, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on climate change actually have set out the very agreed and clear commitments that must be urgently met to achieve the sustainable, just, inclusive, and equitable future for all. However, having said that, these two interlinked sets of the commitments are very much far more tracks at the great peril to our people and to our planet. As you all know, according to the latest assessment, only 17% of the SDG targets are likely to be met by 2030, with 1/3 stalled or even regressing. And also according to the latest emission cap report, the annual greenhouse gas emissions is at an all-time high, rising 1.3% last year. And current policies are taking us towards a very catastrophic 3.1 degree rise in temperatures by the end of the century. As the UN Secretary General has repeatedly sounded the alarm, we are out of time. This is very truly moment for the transformational thinking and action as we need it. So that amid the convergent crisis, integrated solutions are crucial for our coming success. We can multiply our impact by aligning climate change and climate actions with our SDG accelerations. I'm glad to say that this approach is gaining more and more momentum. That is why this SDG Pavilion, its 2024 edition, aims to promote harnessing climate and SDG synergies. I just learned that there will be more than 100 events to be organized by all stakeholders over the next 12 days with a focus on the key topics like forests, water, energy, ocean, transport, among others. So, dear colleagues, we believe the world can still change the course to achieve both global agenda, the SDGs, and the climate target. But we need to embark on a number of urgent needed steps. First, we need a strong political commitment at all levels. Last year's global stocktake at COP28 actually highlighted the critical importance of the SDGs in achieving climate goals. So for this COP29, we must deliver its promise, including through the new financing commitments. Furthermore, governments must integrate the targeted actions for the SDG into the updated national climate plans to be submitted before the COP30 next year. In addition to that, the fourth International Conference on the Financing for Development and the third UN Ocean Conference, both will be held next year, provide new opportunities to strengthen the political commitment and ignite and enhance their actions. Second, multi-stakeholders partnerships are central to scale up action and investment. Nearly 200 energy compacts supported by the UN Energy have been mobilized, and they are demonstrating the power of the partnerships towards the energy access and the energy transition, facilitating funding commitments of over $1.4 trillion. A number of these compacts will be aiming to expand further their partnerships at the events here at the COP29 and at this pavilion. Third, we must continue to build the growing momentum to address the climate challenges and SDGs in synergy. Well, last September, the government of Brazil hosted the 5th Global Conference of the Climate and SDG Synergy. We are glad that the next year, this annual gathering, co-convened by the UN DESA and the UN FCCC Secretariat, will be held in Denmark. So I sincerely and warmly invite all of you to join us next year to further explore the synergies. In addition, my department, the UN DESA, will continue our analytical research and analytical publications on these synergies, of course, in partnership with the UN FCCC Secretariat, to provide more inputs to our gathering next year. In closing, let me say, let us work together to harness these transformative synergies and turn our commitments of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement into reality for the current future, for our current generation, and also for our future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary General, for your comments to open the SDG Pavilion here in Baku. And thank you to our audience for watching today. At this point, our inauguration has concluded, but I would like to invite all colleagues here for a group photo. Thank you.
We don't need it, right?
It's on. It's on now? Yeah, it's on. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session on SDG and climate connections in 2025, a look ahead. This is a conversation with UN Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee. Welcome. Welcome in this SDG Pavilion. And so when we talk about connections, SDG and climate, you know, in this world of wars and inequalities, why is it so important to focus on climate action?
Well, thank you, Martina, for having me for this fireside chat on climate and climate and action. Well, with regard to your question, my own sense is that there's a strong interlinkages between this peace, security, and climate or climate change, climate action. As we witness that, on one hand, the regional conflicts, war, regional instabilities worsening, but at the same time, we also witness that the climate change or the impacts of climate change actually are exacerbating these ongoing vulnerabilities. For instance, like the climate change forced the people leave the place that they live, also that they work, and also climate change actually increase the insecurity on the food chain or the food supply. All in all, this climate change exacerbated the instabilities in the region and the neighboring countries. So that's why we need to prioritize the climate action to calm down the situation on the ground and also create more space for the peace and the security.
And we're here at the UN Climate Conference, COP29, and COP29 is known as the finance COP. Why is finance so important? And what will it take to get the finance to the level where it really needs to be?
Well, we know that this COP29 is labeled as a financing COP. To me, it makes a lot of sense because at the heart of the Paris Agreement lies with this nationally determined actions or contributions. How we can implement and accelerate the NDCs. It's all up to the finance, up to the capabilities. But all those NDCs are due next February, and the developing countries are going to submit their new NDCs for COP30. But before doing that, I guess most developing countries, particularly for those countries in vulnerable situations like the LDCs and the LLDC, they need to have a very clear knowledge. How can they motivate and inject more financial resources to support them to implement their national determinant plan or determined actions? That's why I believe it is critically important for this COP29 to come up with an agreement on the new target for the global financing mechanism for the NDCs and also for the climate action. So that's why we have a great expectations for this COP29. And just one particular point I want to highlight. You know, the last May, we have this Seats Forward, or the fourth international conference on small island developing countries in Antigua and Barbuda. One of the themes discussed at this Seats Forward is how we can mobilize and inject additional resources for the countries like Seats, who are so vulnerable and fronted for this climate consequence. But then, we'll say, Secretary General highlighted very much. Seats are a testing case for climate justice and finance justice. So I guess millions of the people in 6 countries are very much watching what happened here and what can facilitate them to move ahead.
And we are. This is the very first day of this conference. So, what do you expect to see over the next 2 weeks? What are your hopes and expectations for this conference?
Well, talking about expectations, I guess everyone has his own perspectives. But for me, for UN DESA, we really want to see that this COP29 focus at least 3 major areas. Number one, it's urgent actions on climate change. Number 2, it's intensified commitments, including the financing targets. Number 3, more inclusive dialogue among the various stakeholders. Let me just say a few words why those 3 areas are so crucially important to achieving the SDGs. We know SDGs is the implementation of the SDGs is off the track. But part of this is because of the exacerbating impacts of the climate change. So that is why we need to see the urgent actions to accelerate the actions on combating climate change. And with that, we also need to see that the new commitment from our partners, particularly with regard to capacity building and the financing, finance allocations. But of course, we know the climate actions is not exclusively up to the government. We need to embrace all stakeholders, including women, including youth, including indigenous groups, and then also very essentially important to bring about the private sector to attract more investment from the market on the climate action.
And well, what happens here doesn't stay here. How do you see the outcomes and discussions of this conference carrying forward into 2025?
Well, certainly COP29 will lay down a new roadmap. It will serve as a new starting point for our further exercise. As far as DESA is concerned, there will be 3 major events next year. Number 1, we come with this 3rd UN Ocean Conference to be held in Nice, France, next June. The theme, one of the themes for this UNOC 3 will be on the ocean ecosystem. We know that oceans are severely impacted by climate change. So the climate change or climate financing to be adopted by COP will certainly generate strength, input for the Ocean Conference next year. And second one is the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. Just now, as I said, that among all the 17 SDGs, we left behind our commitment. We need to accelerate. So that's why what to be emerged as a consensus, as agreement from COP29 will certainly push the discussions at FFD4 for additional financing. Last but not least, it's about the Second World Social Summit or Second World Summit on Social Development. We all know that our motto for SDG is to leave no one behind. But unfortunately now, billions of the people suffered from this climate impacts. And we need to bring back our focus on our own people to inject a more social dimension. That is why the outcome from this COP29 will certainly provide more impacts on our discussions for the Second World Summit on Social Development. Thanks.
So a really big year ahead.
Absolutely.
All the best, and thanks for this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello, 1, 2, 3. No? Okay, I'll just stop like this. No, we can hear. Hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's not you. They're just checking. Yeah, it's just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. No? One, two, three. I think this is being webcast, right? It's a live stream. It works. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Oh, now you can? Okay, great. All right. We're in business. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started with the side event on financing a sustainable energy future, joining forces to catalyze private investment for accelerating a just transition. My name is Pradeep Kurukulasuri. I'm the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Capital Development Fund, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this, what I hope will be an exciting side event. Now, I think for this audience, I do not need to tell you how important energy is to meet the SDGs. We all know, Minister Tariq, welcome, please. We all know how important this is to address the issues of energy in all of our countries. Minister, please, please, over here. And we know the scale of the challenge at hand. We're talking about, according to some estimates, about $1.5 trillion being mobilized every year from now until 2030. Other estimates put it at about 4.5 trillion. So we know the scale is very large. For least developed countries around the world, we're talking about in the order of magnitude of about $40 billion per year just to meet their needs, just in least developed countries. And I'm delighted to have this conversation with all of you, and we have some incredible speakers here today. And while we're going to talk about the need for scaled-up financing, I want us to reflect for a minute on what it means after you scale financing. Because the challenge here is not just about bringing finance to bear, it's also very much about how that money is deployed. And I want to talk about this in the context of two examples that we at UNCDF are involved in. One example, and I'll start with the macro and I'll get down to the micro. One example is about addressing food waste in Kenya. Now, one of the issues that we discovered in Kenya about food waste is that there is no cold storage. So farmers, when they produce their crops, they are realizing about 70% losses in what they produce. Now, in order to address this problem, what we did working with the Kenyan authorities was to essentially work with the European Union and put in place a $16 million guarantee to a local financial service provider. That guarantee provided enough confidence for the bank to invest in cold storage developers. And that created a market. We also provided tariff support for the off-takers of the cold storage based products. Now, that is a simple intervention to de-risk a market in order to ensure that private capital flows for vital investments. But the story doesn't end there. A second example is of a company that we invested in Zambia to produce renewable energy and provide it to the farmers. What was really interesting about this particular example is that this company, where we lent about $500,000, were able to raise about $3 million, and with that $3 million, start producing renewable energy for farmers, about 10,000 to 15,000 farmers. It worked really well until the Southern African drought set in. And when the Southern African drought set in, the farmers stopped making payments to this company. The company stopped making payments to us, as well as their other investors, and it became a distressed asset. Now, what happens in a market condition when you have distressed assets is that others come and try to purchase those companies, to buy those companies, and turn them around. And the usual reaction of other investors in those circumstances is to sell. Now, this company, this new company, was willing to buy the old one as long as the debt on this old company was reduced from $1 to 30 cents of what it was valued at. Every other investor decided to sell. Why? Because it made financial sense. So when my team came to me and said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "What are my options?" He said, "Well, you can work like the market. You can sell. Or you can do something that makes no sense financially, but it is what is required in this particular instance. And that is to stay and actually invest more in that new company and to help it get through the difficult times." This is something that is not usually done, but we were able to do it at UNCDF because we are designed to do that. We are the only UN platform that can provide blended finance solutions and absorb risks in a way that no other regulated entity can. And I want to bring these two examples because when we start talking about finance, it goes beyond mobilizing finance. It actually also speaks to how you deploy this finance, the kind of risk that you're able to absorb. You're going to need this. The amount of risk that you're going to absorb and your partnerships within the market. So I'm delighted to hear from our panelists here on their experiences from countries such as Maldives, from Nigeria, from my colleague here who can reflect on many other UNCDF initiatives, and of course from our host, SE for All, Stefano. So with that, Riyadh, I'm going to hand it over to you to moderate the next half of this session. Thank you.
Pradeep, I think you're going to need that if you want to hear anything. That's it. So thank you, Pradeep, for this impactful word and the excellent introduction with the two examples. you're destroying everything. We are hosted by UN DESA here. So, and my name is Riyad Metam. I'm the director of the Sustainable Energy Hub in UNDP, and I'm very pleased with esteemed colleagues and ministers and directors from the commissions, deputy CEO from SC4All, and our colleague from UNCDF. We still have another panelist who is in the queue, but he's arriving, who is the Deputy Vice President for the GAP for Africa. First of all, in less than a decade, the global shift in energy investment has been profound. And in 2015, for every $1 spent on fossil fuel, $2 were spent on clean energy. And today, in 2024, for every dollar going to fossil fuel, $10 is being invested in renewable. $10 for $1 on fossil fuel, $10 is being invested in fossil fuel. And this five-fold surge in clean energy investment sends a powerful message to the global community. Energy transition is not just a choice, but a fundamental precondition for sustainable development and unlocking the path to a more resilient, equitable, and climate-secure future for all. 1 year ago in Dubai, we left with an ambitious target, the Dubai Consensus, with tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. However, and was said by Pradeep, unlocking energy finance, and especially in developing countries and in LDCs, still remain the big challenge to this transition. And while global energy investments are projected to surpass $3 trillion this year, only about 15% of that investment flow to developing countries, and mere 2% reach African countries. Today's discussion could not have come at a better time. COP29 has been deemed to the finance COP, recognizing the urgency to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, mobilizing finance at scale to achieve universal energy access. And in this context, to the theme of today's session, financing sustainable energy future, joining forces. A just energy transition is essential. One that leaves no one behind, that upfit economies, empower communities. And so what specific step can government and the private sector take to increase clean energy investment and unlock just energy transition? Today we will explore several key strategies to close the energy finance gap. Our objectives today are clear. We are here to share insight, to learn from each other, and to explore new partnerships that align and mobilize domestic and international finance towards clean energy goals. And we will discuss successful case studies from around the world, an initiative like Mission 300, where SC4All is leading the Secretariat, or Africa Mini-Grid program that was launched a few years ago with my friend Pradeep. So let me start by addressing the first question to His Excellency, the Minister Tariq from Maldives. Thank you, Minister. I would like to address you in a way that we're reducing 26% by 2030, an ambitious plan to increase the share of renewable energy in your country, but challenges remain very significant, as more than 40% of the states are nearing or already in debt stress. We are pushing a lot of small island developing states to accelerate the energy transition, but we do not think about the link with the debt situation of the countries. To reach the 2030 target of 7.4 gigawatts of installed renewable capacity in SIPs, have set in there, and this is a minimum investment of $10.5 billion are necessary. My question is the following. How have your country's energy policies and regulatory framework contributed to achieving the sustainable energy finance? And what specific policy or fiscal strategy do you consider most important for attracting more private sector investment in clean energy, and particularly in the face of significant debt challenges? Minister.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for having me and inviting me to this function. I think it's a very significant issue that you have been discussing right now. As far as Maldives is concerned, last year our president, Dr. Mohamed Muiz, has pledged at COP28 that Maldives will reach within the next, by 2028, 33% of our electricity demand to be generated by renewable energy, but it's electricity. So that's a very ambitious target. Ours is right now around 5%, but it's an ambitious target, but we feel that it can be achieved. Why? Because we feel that the energy consumption in the Maldives, as far as Maldives is concerned, there's two tracks. One is the local islands. We have about 186 local islands. Each island has its own power generation mini grid system. The other 156 islands are resort islands. It is purely private resort islands, high-end private islands. So we are working on two tracks. One is the private sector investment and the other one is the public sector investment. So we are working with the resorts on finding them with cheaper finance so that they can actually fund on their own to install renewable energy. And then for the islands, we are working with the public sector investment, plus we are also using the private sector investments on those islands. The way we are doing is that we are working with World Bank and ADB. So where for the islands, the inhabited islands, the ADB and World Bank comes with their guarantee mechanisms, where they put in the guarantee mechanisms, as just now Pradeep has told, the funds is kept at an escrow account where they come and invest, and then their payments are guaranteed. Monthly payments are guaranteed. In the event of the contract is terminated, the termination payments are guaranteed. So the private sector comes in. So we have right now in the Maldives about close to 10 megawatts of electricity or solar panel installed in the Maldives on this basis, and we are working with more. And the issue, the business case is that we spend about 13.5% of our GDP importing diesel fuel, and it's about $750 million per year minimum. So there is a case study that even the resorts can actually invest on renewable energy and they save a lot of money. So I think in case of Maldives story, this is viable, but we need to check whether this the same can be applied to other small island developing states, which we need to test right now. But for Maldives, we know that if there is a private financing for renewable energy that we can bring in with the guarantee mechanisms. The only thing is the guarantee mechanisms we need to have. The banks, the multilateral banks should be there to actually give the guarantee. So if the guarantee mechanisms is there, we should be able to reach our goal of 33% of renewable energy electricity in the next 4 years.
Thank you, Minister. And it is really linked to what Pradeep has made in this introduction. The possibility of scaling up the investment of the private sector is the condition to guarantees, and especially in your case from the MDBs. Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi, Director General and CEO of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, as 2021, over 85 million Nigerians lacked access to electricity. Business and households with access to a national grid have faced unreliable and insufficient supply. And to address these challenges, Nigeria Energy Transition Plan, the ETP, was established to guide the country toward its net zero commitment by 2060, with an estimated of $1.9 trillion in investment needed for a full transition by that time. And to make this transition possible, we must develop innovative, financial mechanisms such as blended finance, alongside and updating the regulations currently, which is happening now in Nigeria, to unlock capital market and scale up investment in the energy sector. In this context, I would like to ask you, how can blended finance models be designed to address the high perceived risk and regulatory challenges in Nigeria and across the African region? Additionally, what are the other policies can be implemented to encourage a greater private sector engagement in sustainable energy?
Thank you very much. And I will start by appreciating the UNCDF and UNDP, because I got this invitation from UNDP. So I appreciate you for coming up with this very, very important and critical topic, which is finance, because that's really what is holding us back from transiting finance. Now, you mentioned ETP, the Energy Transition Plan, which was unveiled in 2021 at COP in London, and that was unveiled by our then president, President Muhammadu Buhari. And coming back home with that document, we were tasked to implement that document and to set up some financial framework for it. And I'm happy you also note the amount, about $1 trillion. And, we scaled that down, actually, because we want to be very realistic. So we got about $410 billion for us to fully implement the ETP and also to, get us to net zero. Now, it will also interest everyone to know that if you do the maths, 36 years to 2060, you're looking at about $10 billion annually. Now, the Nigerian annual budget, it's barely $10 billion. That's if we don't have agriculture, if we don't worry about any other thing, and we just want to transit, it means we have to put every money we have in our GDP into the energy transition, which is not possible, because even from the UN advice or every advices or documents of policies, you're looking at least 25% of your budget to go on energy. Recognizing that we can't do that alone, it means that we cannot rely on the national budget. We must rely on what you call the blended finance model, which is the mixed finance model, the private sector and also the government. So we start, developing policies towards that. And May this year, the country unveiled its national energy policy and master plan that captured, direct framework to speak on how, we can incentivize, finances coming into the country. But I must say, we are still there, and all we hear every day is pledges. And I'm happy you said only 2% of what was pledged in COP28 is in Africa. I'm not sure if Nigeria have received even 1% of that 2%, so we are still here. And that's why this topic becomes very, very critical to me. And, having to come here to speak, it's a very emotional one to me, because I want to take something home. I really want to, see how UNCDF can come up with a framework that will really capitalize its finances. I know also, I must state that in the country, one of the things we're doing in Nigeria is also with UNC, DF, with UNDP, where we are creating a finance, model for the clean cooking solution. It's still on the pipeline. Nothing is yet signed, but yes, we're working towards that. And for us, we believe that's the only solution. You need a PPP to really catalyze your, energy transition. You can't rely on your home funding. But we are trying our best. We have some few projects being funded, renewable energy projects, particularly in domestication and localization of, renewable energy technology, because that's the only way Africa can grow its own, and reduce, the high, demand on dollar, and also, increase its GDP by setting up factories that produces solar panels, batteries. So that's what the Energy Commission is doing right now, and I believe the country will get to a point where we'll be self-reliable, and but hopefully when we start getting this financing coming over, I can assure you that by 2060 we'll also transit and we'll all meet, at the next 0 point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in the case of we are supporting with the Italian government the development of pipeline of bankable project, and that is linked to the capacity of attracting investment, but also developing guarantees which are linked to what Minister Torik already informed us. But later I will ask my friend Stefano to talk a little bit about Nigeria, because SC4All is really involved in, like UNDP, in the regulatory and institutional framework, but also leading in the visionary of what is happening. Let me pass the floor to my colleague Kautar Zerweli from UNCDF. And I would like her to share her perspective on the role of financial innovation. What are the new financial instruments that help to attract private investment in Africa? And today about 60% of the low-income countries are at high-risk debt distress or are already experiencing it. And then to address this, we need to promote financial innovation, which is a key affordable and debt-smart financing for energy transition in developing countries, offering like that lower cost capital and attracting diverse investors. And giving the rising debt risk in many countries and interest rate challenges in low-income countries, what role can innovative financial instruments like credit guarantees, blended finance and local currency, green bond, play in scaling up investment for a low-carbon energy future?
Thank you, Riyad, and thank you for inviting me. It's indeed an honor to be here speaking next to these amazing colleagues and ministers. I wanted to build on what have been said already, which is it's very evident that the global energy agenda is not a technical agenda, is not a must agenda, but rather a moral imperative agenda. And why I am really emphasizing in the moral part of it, it's because it needs to invest with the head and with the heart. And in other words, it's social impact investing. And that's where the role of UNCDF comes. Because as Pradeep mentioned in the beginning, we are the only UN agency that can afford to really take the heart together with the head and then invest and emphasize on a long-term impact rather than maximizing financial returns. And why we can do that? It's because we are a non-credit agency. We can take the risk where others cannot take. And we can take the risk in two ways. We can take the risk in the companies that really require upfront big capital. Energy efficient technologies, I think it's evident to everybody present here, require significant upfront capital, which private markets often view as too risky. So in UNCDF, together with other partners, that's where the blended finance comes that Riyad was mentioning. Blended finance, it's an innovative finance that brings in together the private financing and the public financing, as you mentioned before. So this helps to transition and catalyze the significant achievements that coming in. Why too risky? Too risky, it's we go to where nobody else dares to go. Whether there is a conflict, whether it's fragile, we can prepare the market, we can de-risk that private sector and create a list of pipelines that then others can take it, and then we prove that they are eligible to enter the formal market. So those are few that I wanted to mention. Now, let's go to scaling up. In Arabic, we say al-haja ummul ikhtira', which is necessity is the mother of invention. This is where communities, because of the necessity, they create what's useful to them. And that's what we call in our language the pipeline. So the pipeline is already there, it's tested. It just needs the heart and the head. And that's where UNCDF goes in and then takes the risk, works with those small pipelines and create them and make them ready. We provide injection of capitals when others cannot, but also we provide technical assistance in terms of how to make it, how to make a business model that later on will create financial returns. But also where the heart comes in is how to make it community-driven, but also energy efficient. The blended finance approach is particularly effective when tailored to local context. And this has been proven. For example, in the DRC, we are supporting a tea plantation. And we're working, as Pradeep mentioned, we're working with authorities, including the park management, because the tea plantation, it comes in a very fragile, it's in the borders of two countries that sometimes are in conflict. But we are there not only to create livelihood for these communities, but also to ensure that the livelihood is provided to the women, is provided to the marginalized communities as well. So the list is long, but I see Riyadh is looking at me, so I'll stop here. I can continue? Okay. Sorry, yes. So another one is, in terms of the de-risking, UNCDF has an approach that works with the companies and works together with the private sector. So for example, we are working together with Rwanda in their green climate financing. So we worked with them in terms of providing SMEs with technical assistance, injection of the needed capital, and one of their companies now is in the New York Exchange stock market. So this is when you believe in examples that have been created from a need of the communities, and then you give them the necessary know-how, expertise, and the necessary capital that otherwise others are rejecting to give, it creates bigger impact. Thank you.
Kautar, and I like the fact that you linked it also to the de-risking. This is one of the instruments that UNDP is implementing in 21 countries in Africa, and de-risking framework in order to attract investment. But also with developed a guarantee system for also to maximum $20 million, if I'm not mistaken, where MDBs cannot go. And that's where I'm coming to you, my dear Stefano Marguccio, who is the Deputy CEO of the Sustainable Energy for All. In your work with SE for All, what are the most pressing regulatory or policy barriers developing countries face in attracting private capital for sustainable energy projects? And how might you organize, or how might your organization support government in creating more investment-friendly environment? And we just discussed about Nigeria.
Thank you, Riyadh, for the invitation. I'm very glad to sit here with this amazing panel. Well, of course, we have, as we said, a debit crunch that is for sure interesting the less developed country, but let's not forget is interesting also the developing country and the developed country as well. It's a world debit crunch where we have a ratio between debit and GDP that is over 100% in the US, for example. In my country, Italy, it's probably 130% now. So there is a problem of challenging finance into the developing world. And at the same time, there is a legal framework that sometimes is not welcoming in the developing world. In SE4All, we've been trying to tackle this issue. On the one hand, helping the countries with the planning. We supported the energy transition plan of Nigeria. We have an office in Abuja that is embedded in the president's office. We've been doing this for Ghana. We've been doing this for Kenya. We've been doing this for Barbados. On the one hand, doing the planning helps the investor to know what is to be expected by the country if there is a clear trajectory, like in Nigeria, to go to net zero by 2060. And then there is the need for
some more direct support in legislative shaping. I think about carbon markets. No, we are here at COP. There will be a discussion on Article 6 for sure. We've been trying to support Nigeria to create a legal framework for carbon market, which could be a big drive for investment, especially in the clean cooking sector. But then we've been talking about numbers. Riyadh, you've been clearly saying we had almost $3 trillion investment in renewables this year. At the same time, let's not forget, IMF is monitoring the fossil fuel subsidies that are injected into the world every year. The number there is 7 trillion per year. So if we could shift a little bit of that money into the transition, that would have been already an incredible drive for finance. And then let me talk about how to calculate risk in investing in developing countries. No? Pradeep is the broker of trying to meet the needs of the ones that cannot meet the risk needs of the market. But the problem is how this risk is calculated. The approach is to have only one indicator. So if you, of course, there is a political risk, there is an economic risk, there is a currency risk, but everything is lumped into one indicator, which means that there is no way that you can lower your interest rate if you had very successful election and there is a very stable government. So doesn't matter, right? And the same for currency. If you are able to stabilize your currency market, then it helps, but it should impact also the interest rate. I think this kind of regulatory discussion is something that is needed, also because at macro level, even different regions of developed country have different approaches to investing in risky areas. So for Europe, for example, it's easier to come to Africa to invest, while for the US, the compliance is very complicated, and it's very complicated then to pump private money into the investments. So this is a kind of narrative that we need. This is the place. We are at COP. Finance will be the focus in these coming 2 weeks. We really hope that this kind of debate can sparkle a thoughtful reflection of what risky investment needs today in a very changeable geopolitical environment where debts are a problem for everybody and not only for the developing world.
Thank you very much. And I like when you mentioned the fossil fuel subsidies. If we take the example of Uruguay, where 98% of the energy is clean energy, they were able to shift their fossil fuel to create a whole system on e-mobility, shifting it completely to e-mobility. This is an example which is quite interesting and didn't come from the Ministry of Energy, by the way. It came from the Ministry of Finance and found out that the investment in e-mobility was more interesting than fossil fuel. But
can I jump in? Sorry,
yes.
I didn't mention M300 as an initiative here because you mentioned it in the introduction to this panel. So this is a World Bank, Africa Development Bank, Rockefeller Foundation initiative where SE4All is providing support as a kind of secretariat of this joint, let's say, action, where the ambition is 300 million people accessing energy by 2030, which is a huge number, right? What I think is innovative there is the idea that we are blending MDB's money with philanthropy money. So yes, concessional, but also grant money, which is what is needed today to really de-risk and lower the cost of transition. And at the same time, how to use this money to leverage private investment. I think this is a very innovative way to do it. It could be really the biggest private-public partnership of this century. We are really hoping that this can fly. And the pipeline is there. It's basically the two multilateral banks taking out of their drawers all the projects that they have in Africa, picking 15 countries as a pilot, and blending these projects so that they can happen in reality and become bankable.
Thank you, Stefano. Let me ask a question now to Pradeep. Pradeep, you just heard from Stefano the new initiative from the African Development Bank and the World Bank on Mission 300. How do you see the role of UNCDF and UNDP together in responding to this superb challenge?
Yeah, I think we have to recognize that there are two extremes of the spectrum here. On the one hand, you have the larger ticket transactions where you have to have the regulated financial intermediaries playing a very active role to deploy a lot of that resources at scale. And it's only through those platforms that you will achieve the kind of scale that you need. But there is an issue here, which is the risk profile of these institutions also have to match with the profile of the financial institutions. Now, most of these financial institutions are AA, AAA rated institutions, and therefore their risk appetite is going to be based on what they are regulated to absorb. So they don't have a lot of flexibility here in terms of just taking on any level of risk. Now, in order to go below the risk appetite that they are allowed to go to, they have to blend. But when they blend, they are blending on their balance sheet, which is regulated. So the amount of risk that they can actually absorb has a limit. It is not limitless. Now, this is where we come in because we're looking at the other end of the spectrum. We're looking at those transactions which are in risky markets where, it's decentralized. There are political risks, there's currency risks, there's other risks. The ticket sizes are smaller. We're talking about $500,000 investments to, $3 million investments that need to go out the door within 5 months, within 6 months. That market cannot easily be served by the larger institutions. This is just a reality. And this is where UNCDF is coming in now in a very forceful way. It has actually not done this for the last 60 years. God only knows why they haven't, but we need to, because this is exactly why this institution was set up in 1966, to go in and absorb those early stage risks and create markets so that you can actually then aggregate up and take it to the large institutions that can come in where the risks are at a different profile. So this is where you need both.
This is where you need UNDP and UNCDF, and not only UNCDF.
Absolutely.
Especially in areas where, in the rural areas, where you have the one who are completely left behind. This
Absolutely.
is where we can
If
invest
I may,
together.
if I can, I think on this, it's not just the UNDP, but there is a very critical element here that is relevant for both the large institutions as well as those like us who go after the smaller ticket sizes, and that is the policy de-risking work. It is the capacity building work that has to happen at both the national and subnational level. And for that, you need another type of institution that can actually absorb that kind of work, which is why at the end of the day, we are really talking about a systems approach. We are talking about bringing different capabilities that exist within the financial intermediaries, within the DFI, UN, MDB community, but also the different capabilities within impact investors and the private sector to come together in a way that it hasn't done before.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pradeep, and thank you, dear panelists. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Pradeep. I think UNCDF is one of the organizations that can help us on small island states. Why we are saying is that we just talked about the philanthropy, but it's been quite difficult to bring in philanthropy for the energy sector, So, but it's always on the environmental side, philanthropy is coming. So, I think like UNCDF organizations like UNCDF, if they can tap in philanthropic funds to especially assist on small island states, because for us, we spend, when we talk about the subsidies, for electrical subsidies, we spend about 195 million US dollars per year on electric subsidies, and these kind of subsidies can only be reduced if we can actually increase in the amount of renewable energy. So I think if we can actually match these kind of subsidies with renewable energies through philanthropy or other kind of funds, then I think we can go in. But there's one specific initiative that the World Bank is doing is also on the buyback of tariff buyback. So so that is a mechanism where the private sector comes in, and then they give let's say per kilowatt $1, and then the World Bank comes and buy back 50. So then the government or the utility provider have to pay 50 cents. So these kind of mechanisms are there. So I think we have to actually roll out this in a bigger way, so that especially the small island states can actually benefit. So I thought I will just share with you.
Thank you very much. I have retaining 2-3 points that were very important. One is the policy de-risking, which is very important, and the investment in the regulatory framework. Second, the guarantees offered by the MDBs in your case, by other financial institutions from the UN who are not credit rated, who can go where the higher risk. And the third element is on the blended finance and the new innovative finance. If the audience want to ask 1 or 2 questions before closing, let me give the floor to some member of the delegation of Madagascar. So Jean-François Dubuisson or Karim Ali Ahmed on the experience of Madagascar and the financial for the energy transition.
Thank you. Thank you for our panelists. So in Madagascar, actually, UNDP and UNCDF have been, together with UNIDO, have been piloting a de-risking project, combining different instruments, loan, guarantees, and grants. And this is exactly, I think, the type of alliance that we want between and complementarity between institutions to serve the needs of the countries. Currently, the project that we have is which is actually being funded by the SDG fund. So it's a interesting pilot. It's under implementation, so it's a bit too early to draw lessons. But the model that we have is certainly interesting for other countries. The same project includes also an incubator, so durable energy incubator. So it's also interesting to pilot very small scale initiatives that are worth being scaling up. So I think it's a good example, and I'm sure other countries would be worth following the same path. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-François. A final word for each panelist. Let me start with Minister Tariq.
Yeah, I think we are here for this COP is finance COP, so I think we want to go back with a very concrete financing mechanism where we can actually go back and then start on our work on the financing side, be it the adaptation, be it the mitigation, because for us we are not trying to do the renewable energy. We are installing. It's not for our mitigation. It's actually for our adaptation. So I think for us it's for our adaptation purposes. So I think we hope that this COP will give us a better future. That's what we hope. So let's see. So, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. I must acknowledge SE for its support. You know, yeah, they were part of the ET, our energy transition plan. I recall working with a few members of their team in the presidency. Yeah, so thank you for that. And my final words will be, yes, this is finance. We're here for finance, so it's all about finance. So enough of pledges, but actions. So I want to hope that this time around, we're not just going to rely on figures, trillions of dollars, billions of dollars, and we see nothing. If only 2% of that 4 trillion, you know, comes to Africa, I think it's really not fair, because the devastating effect of the climate change is felt more in Africa. So, and even though we all know that the GHG emission is not really coming from us, but we're feeling it more. So we need that finance. We need to unlock, you know, to find a way to bring those monies, you know, back to Africa. You must recognize what UN is doing, because UNCDF, like I said earlier, we're about to sign a partnership with UNDP and UNCDF. It's called the Nigerian Integrated, you know, Clean Energy Solution. And we're looking at the $100 billion pledge that was made in COP 2028 for clean cooking, and see how we can unlock and tap from that. So that would be a big one for the country, and I hope we sign off when I get back to Nigeria. So I'm making that announcement here, but we're in a very, very advanced, you know, position to sign that, and that will be a big one for us. So thank you, and I think
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kautar?
For me, I want in my closing to emphasize the need and the importance of collaboration to accelerate energy. Collaboration, private collaboration, government collaboration, SMEs collaboration, communities collaboration. I want to also just build on what His Excellency the Minister mentioned, but in the collaboration, creative collaboration. So early this year, UNDP, UNCDF, and UNESCO, they created and established and launched the Nature Investment Facility, and this one is supported by private philanthropists. Our first one was Cartier for Foundation for Nature. So there is more and more that we see that philanthropists are putting emphasis in supporting energy, and we hope that the UN system can broker that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Kautar. Stefano?
Thank you, Riyad. For sure, I subscribe the cooperation approach, and then what I would like to see is more local currency investment as well. I think it's a very strong component of the risking, because when a strong devaluation is happening, like it happened in Nigeria, is happening in Sierra Leone, then everything freezes, because it's totally unsustainable to have finance from outside. So let's hope that also this capital from pension funds, from local banks is mobilized in order to accelerate the transition.
Thank you very much, Stefano. And the final word for me is, we are tired of pledges. We are tired of promises. We are tired of ambitions. We want action, action now. Thank you very much.
All right. We have to put our headphones on. Great. Can you hear me? Is this working? Can you? This is on. You can hear? Okay, great. Okay. All right, we'll get started. Who here is excited about nuclear at COP29? All right, this is awesome. Welcome everyone to our first nuclear panel, Enabling the Future, Financing Small Modular Reactors for the Energy Transition. This event is hosted by the Clean Air Task Force, the EFI Foundation, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Nuclear Threat Initiative, and we're super honored to be here in the UN SDG Pavilion. Thank you so much for hosting us here. My name is Liebeck. I'm the Senior Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa at the Clean Air Task Force, and I'm going to be your host today. So, nuclear at COP. It's just really exciting. I think over the past year, we've moved really from we need nuclear, the what, to how are we actually going to realize nuclear. At COP28, we had over 2 dozen countries pledged to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. In Brussels, we convened 30 heads of state-level countries and more at the first ever Nuclear Energy Summit. We had the roadmaps to the nuclear conference in September, hosted by the OECD NEA. And then at Climate Week, which many actually dubbed the Nuclear Climate Week, we had 14 banks expressing their support for tripling financing in line with the nuclear pledge. So successful reactors are actually going ahead in certain parts of the world: China, Russia, the UAE, South Korea. And they've shown it can be done. It can be done on time, on budget, and it can be done through persistence and innovative business models and a willingness to invest in multiple of the same reactor design. So today, we're actually going to hear from leaders in this space. We're going to have 3 keynote addresses, starting with Professor Francesco Cuvaro, the Special Envoy from Italy for Climate, talking about Italy's renaissance in nuclear, as well as Sama Bilbao Leon, who's the Director General at the World Nuclear Association, and then Huang Wei, who's the Director of the Division of Planning, Information, and Knowledge Management in the Department of Nuclear Energy at the IAEA. And then we'll top it off with a fireside chat with the EFI Foundation and NTI. So with this, I'm just going to open this conversation. Francesco, you're up first.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to be here with you. It's a bit strange to speak and I am not able to hear my voice, but okay, it's the first time in this new COP. So thinking about this speech, I had several possibilities, but first of all, I want to recall what we decided last year in COP28. In the section of mitigation of the outcomes of COP28, you can read several solutions that COP suggested for which reason? To keep alive the target of 1.5 Celsius degree. And in the list, obviously, at the first level we have renewable energy, but immediately nuclear energy. It's the first time probably for a COP to mention this. And this is important. It is the same reason why in Italy we are working hard in this direction. We know very well that in the next future, thinking about the data center, the artificial intelligence, we will need a huge amount of energy, electricity, 24 hours for the entire year. You probably know that Microsoft is thinking to reopen the nuclear plant in Pennsylvania because nuclear energy is perfect to fit this kind of demand. And inside the main documents of these companies like Google, like Microsoft, like Apple, is written that they want to be green. And the only possibility that we have right now, in this moment, is nuclear. And not fusion, but fission, small modular reactor. Last week in Italy, we hosted the first conference, international conference on fusion, because it's something that is in front of us. And we are looking for this to bring, as you know, the power of the stars in our city. But it is time to move really fast now. For this reason, my Minister Pichetto, but also Minister Tajani, insisted a lot on the possibility to involve the small modular reactor inside the landscape of Italian energy. For a precise reason, because with this modular reactor, we will have the possibility to give energy to very small facilities, very small industries. Also like a sort of community, if you want. I know that it's not easy. In Italy, we have a lot of discussion. We had in the past 2 referendums against this decision, but I believe that we are in a new era. I am a university professor, as you know, and normally I stayed among my students. And in the last 15 years, I started to feel a different feelings in this direction, in the direction of the nuclear. Because, you know, the target of Paris Agreement are very high, is very important, but it's very difficult to achieve. And we have no more time. So what Italy is saying is this: we need to use what we have, everything that we have. We have the biofuel, we have hydrogen, we have carbon capture, we have renewables. We put a specific topic inside the G7 about the storage, but on the other side, we mentioned inside the G7 fission with the small modular reactors and advanced modular reactor and fusion. Because this government has a pragmatical approach. You know that the last week we had the election in the US, and a lot of people is very worried about this. I believe that it's possible, in any case, to keep a bridge, to open the door, starting from the technology that we have. And one of the most powerful technology that we have is the small modular reactor. But to do this, in Italy in particular, we need to reopen the supply chain in this. First of all, in the university. We need to create new capacity in the younger people. And on the other side, we need to push harder in the research. Because the only way that we have to fight against climate change is to reduce the CO2 emission, but at the same time to maintain the same development level that we have. This is the dream that in some way we have, but it's not a dream because the technology is almost here. We have a lot of experience, good experiences around the world. Sometimes some of my colleagues said to me, oh, look, this startup failed in a small modular reactor. But guys, it's the same thing that happened in the past with photovoltaic. The new technology is based on failures and something that can win. But it's not the failures that can oblige us to say, no, this is not the good technology. Because we know that it's possible, that it's safe, and it is really the only possibility that we have right now. I want to close with this picture, if you want. I went to Mauritania 2 months ago. And as you can imagine, it's not like Italy, Germany. There are a lot of poor peoples. But I remain really surprised to see that smartphone was everywhere inside on the hand of everyone. They completely cancelled the part of the wire with the normal phone, and now they are looking for a huge amount of energy. They are looking for energy, and they are using these new technologies, even if sometimes it's a sort of paradox, because immediately the first thing is you need something else. But the reality is this one, that they have the smartphones and they want to use these new technologies. And how can we bring all this amount of energy in a world that requests every day million and million of terawatt hours of new electricity? Obviously, renewable energy is one of the opportunity, but for the base load, we need this technology. We need the small modular reactor, the nuclear, fission, and in the future, why not fusion? So thanks. I hope that I was in the time. It's a really great pleasure for me to be here, and Italy is strongly involved in this kind of discussions. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. This is really very weird, but well, so thank you, Lee, and thank you all the organizers for inviting me to join you here today. So I think it is a great thing to kick things off this COP29 here at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Pavilion. And I think it's really fitting because, as you know, nuclear energy and nuclear science and technology has an enormous role to play to each and every one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I think that this is a very good way to frame things out. And also, if you want to learn more about why nuclear fits with the goals, come to the Net Zero Nuclear Pavilion, which is somewhere over there, a few steps over there, and we'll tell you in full detail why and how. So now, I am Sama Bilbao León, Director General of World Nuclear Association, and I'm thrilled to be here. This is probably the 20th or so climate change conference that the association has attended. Maybe not mine, but I've been to many, but not 20. So for more than 20 years, the association has been proud to represent the point of view of the global nuclear industry at these conferences. And of course, you know that last year at COP28 in Dubai, we launched the Net Zero Nuclear Initiative as an opportunity to capitalize on this growing momentum that we've heard from Lee and from Francesco, and actually bring together governments, industry, and civil society into this ambition to triple global nuclear capacity by 2050. And as we heard before, clearly last year, we had 25 countries committing to this goal. We met later on in Brussels earlier this year, and we had 35 plus heads of state and many other countries committing to this enormous development. Just a couple of months ago, we had 14 financial institutions also bringing this commitment to 3 times nuclear capacity. So clearly, we have a lot of support, and I think that we can see that there is this growing recognition that the most cost-effective, timely, and very important, equitable manners to reach the 1.5 degrees goal has to include some nuclear capacity, probably a lot of nuclear capacity. So it is very fitting that we are here in this COP, which is supposed to be the finance COP, to talk about how to finance nuclear energy. So clearly, tripling the nuclear output will require the commitment, the ingenuity, and the collaboration between the policymakers, the finance community, the nuclear industry for sure, and many, 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 many others. So we really need to bring together this coalition of the ambitious to actually deliver on these goals. So I'm going to give you very briefly an idea of what the current landscape is. We publish every year the World Nuclear Performance Report that summarizes where nuclear is every year. So this was at the end of August, and it reported how the nuclear industry today continues to perform very, very effectively as we have done for the last 50 years. I mean, the performance, the capacity factors only continue to grow. And what I think is very important is we really are wanting to make the most of the current fleet of nuclear reactors. So we are seeing how in most countries in the world, we are going to see the license extension of the existing plants. They are going to probably operate for 60, for 80, perhaps 100 years. We are seeing also power upgrades everywhere, essentially getting more energy about existing assets. And also, very importantly, we are restarting some of the plants that were prematurely closed. Some of them, as we just heard, 3 Mile Island, specifically for AI and data centers, but others like Palisades for general use. So all those things are very important, but that's simply not going to be enough. We really need to have much more nuclear if we really are serious about meeting the global needs. So yes, today we have about 64 reactors that are being built in 15 countries. That's great. We have 20 more newcomer countries that are actually putting very seriously all the ducks in a row to actually start very quickly with the nuclear power programs. But that's still not enough. We really need 40 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity every year for the next 25 years. And just so you have an idea, today we are delivering maybe 10 gigawatts in a good year. That's in a good year, not every year. So clearly we have much work to do. So to do that, it's going to really require for us to de-risk financing new nuclear projects. So we, and as you will hear in a second, many others are working on that. We are working with policymakers, with financiers, with energy regulators, and obviously with the nuclear industry to put in place innovative frameworks and ideas that are going to help us optimize how we finance these projects in a manner that also maximizes the social value of the investment. So first of all, we really need to de-risk the financing. How do we do this? We will hear about this very, very, very soon. So we really need to make sure that we have access to affordable financing like other carbon-free energy sources, whether it is through normal capital investment, but also green financing, sustainable financing, all those taxonomy frameworks. We also need to make sure that we allocate the financial risk appropriately among all the different stakeholders in the projects. And of course, we are going to hear in a couple of minutes from the IEA new report on nuclear financing, the EFI Foundation upcoming report on making SMRs bankable, the Clean Air Task Force Global Nuclear Stocktake Assessment, and the Nuclear Threat Initiative work on nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation. So all those things will help us. But very briefly, before I close, I will tell you there is 2 other dimensions that we cannot forget. Number 2, we also, in addition to the risk in the financing, we need to de-risk the revenue streams. So that is the risk in the price of electricity, the price of energy. How do we do this? We really need to reimagine the markets, the energy and electricity markets. We have markets today that do not match the energy systems of today. So we really need to make sure that the price of energy is commensurate to the value of energy with all the attributes that the different energy sources do provide, and we need to value them and price them. We need to put in place signals that incentivize investment in infrastructure, whether it's generation or transmission or distribution or everything in between. And also these signals need to incentivize long-term planning, of course. And then last but not least, which is the part where we, the nuclear industry, need to get our act together, is de-risking the project delivery. We really need to streamline the licensing and the regulation of these projects. And we, as an industry, need to ramp up our capabilities, particularly in Western economies. We need to have a stronger workforce. We need stronger supply chains. And with all that, we really need to accelerate and grow the learning curves that we have. In other words, we need to go from projects that happen every once in a while to programs that continue building the same set of things over and over and over again, making the most of the industrial infrastructure and the long-term strategies. So this is the job of the nuclear industry. We are working on that. We really are bringing the industry together to actually deliver on time and on budget. But let me just be clear, none of this will not happen if each sector works separately. This is a team effort. Governments, the finance community, industry, policymakers, regulators. We really need to put together, as I said before, this coalition of the ambitions. So frankly, let me just close by saying that it is now the time to move forward. We need to translate ambition into pragmatic industrial policies, good intentions into actual affordable financing for new nuclear, and deadlines into on-time, on-budget delivery of new nuclear projects. So I'll stop here, and I look very much forward to the rest of the session. Thank you.
So good evening. I'm very pleasure to come to this side event. Actually, this is the first events agency engaging in this COP29. And I would like to thank CAF, EFI, and NTI for working with us to co-organize this event. And this is not only the first one. Actually, we've already been working together for quite a long, and including the last COP28, when you release your global playbook, we actually organize, we contribute to our events. And also, I remember that even in March, which mentioned by this Sama and colleagues, about this first ever nuclear summit, which Dr. Moniz also contribute to this very important finance focus side, high-level panel during the summit. So a lot of cooperation in the past. I have to say, for agency, we have been engaging in the COP from the very beginning. But the change is from the 2019 when the DG Grossi assumed the office. And then we changed our strategy to do more substantial contribution, engagement, to make more advocacy voices in collective manner with our partners in the COP. That's why we are here to work with our partners from government, member state, industry, and also NGO. I have to say, although this, also like to thank our UN DESA to offer this opportunity for us to run this event. You know, today is the first day. It's also difficult to find a place. It's very, very competitive for having a place to do some very impactful events. Thank UN DESA for allowing us to use the SDG Pavilion. So many things has been talked by the previous two speakers, talking about what happened since the COP28. A great momentum has been created. Not only for the whole energy transition, but also for nuclear sector. So we see the momentum since then, and also we see the momentum has been boosted, in the nuclear energy summit. And a lot of things happened in the past year, and which is really a positive signal for nuclear. I just want to mention that we see when we see the growing momentum, we also see the growing interest in the SMR, which has been mentioned also by the previous speakers and also Lee, about this growing interest in SMR. Agency actually tracked the interest of the SMR among our countries. We see the number from the 2020 to today, from 1 to 20, more than 25 countries express their interest in the SMR. I'm talking about the large reactors, as SMR only. So there's also interesting growth among the member states. So we know why the SMR becomes so popular, because they have some very unique features, because this kind of better upfront capital cost affordabilities, and also the advanced engineering feature which can be built modular in the factory, modular construction process, and can to improve the delivery of the project, and also ability to meet some kind of a flexible power generation for different users, and also this kind of the popular multiple application for cogeneration have been mentioned also by previous speakers talking about this heat and desalination and even hydrogen. Now it's so popular among all the people, the communities when you talk about transition, and a lot also some kind of a potential to support this remote region which has less infrastructure available for building the large power system. So agency also have some kind of a track on what happened in the world in terms of the technology readiness, SMRs. I think so you can, if you followed what published in our agency website, you can see this so-called ARS, Advanced Reactor Information System, which capture the development of the different technologies in the world. And this year, we changed a little bit our approach, try not to capture as many as possible. We try to capture what is happening on the ground. So you see the number actually decreased from the previous 80 or 90 different designs. We only focus on main 68 designs, which actually happen with different stages of development, operation, and basic design, detailed design, and also the concept design. So you can see, you can go to the agency website, you can see that the information there. So among these 68, that include 14 land-based water-cooled reactors, 6 marine-based water-cooled reactor, and 10 liquid metal fast neutron reactor, and 14 gas-cooled reactor, and also 11 molten salt reactor, and 13 micro reactors. Among them, I have to say, 4 already in operation, and 4 under the construction, 32 at the different design stage, and 32 plus 28. So that reflects is kind of the real situation in the SMR world. So agency also published this famous RDS1 publication talking about projection up to 2050. You probably see in this publication released in September, which also gives some figure, also quite encouraging. It's a high case is about 2.5 times higher of today's capacity by 2050. And the low case is also 40% increase. So it's quite both encouraging growth. And when we look at that one, we also find some interesting reflecting this growth. That is among this estimate around 600. No, when we talk about this 2.5 times, we talk about 950 gigawatts. It's this kind of estimate by 2050. Upon what we receive and analyze the policy announced by the countries. Among them, 640 gigawatt of new nuclear capacity need to be deployed by 2050. About 24% could be made up of the SMRs. So you see the potential contribution of SMR to this global projection we analyze. So if you calculate by SMR, which is a lower, in average 300 megawatt below, so that means over 500 SMR need to be deployed by 2050. You see, there's also quite a significant. So the last month we have this the first SMR conference convened in Vienna. More than 1,000 participants around the world from member states, industry, and also other academic sector attend this conference and to talk about SMR from different perspectives. So actually this is really, really a good productive outcome from this global debate on the SMR. What is happened and what is the advantage and what is the challenge you need to overcome. So this is quite an encouraging development. We know this event focus on the finance, so I have to talk about this one. And there's also, some I already mentioned about this publication to talk about this finance. Actually, in October, during the G20 and the Clean Energy Ministerial, we released this our also not annual, it's a regular publication called Climate Change and Nuclear Power. And this year's publication focus on finance specifically. So in this publication, we actually talk about some kind of the latest trend in the financing nuclear project and whether the large reactor and the small SMR and both how they actually will play their role in the country who are interested in using the nuclear to support their energy transition. So we also highlight that is the importance of securing this kind of series build for SMR, because the SMR is a very unique nature. You have to do in the series in order to ensure the economics of the SMR. So that's why I think the publication from NTI and also on this one is also very, very relevant. So we all talk about this different part of SMR, which I already mentioned, this cogeneration and all these things, and the potential contribution of SMR to transition. But also we have to understand the main challenges of SMR is still there. For example, even the upfront lower cost, capital cost can be lower, but it's still quite intensive if you calculate comparing with other energy sources. So we have to resolve this financing issue as well, but maybe with different approaches. And also we have to address this regulatory process, which Sama already mentioned, and also try to identify what kind of a country condition really suitable for deploy the SMR. It's not all countries need to that SMR, because SMR has a kind of a special feature. So we analyze all different things, try to understand how SMR will be deployed based on the country specific. So I wanted to mention that in order to support the SMR development deployment, agency has been working hard, try to facilitate this process. Probably you all noticed this very important initiative launched by our DG GROSI, it's a NICE, so Nuclear Harmonization and Standardization Institute. They try to focus on these two separate and also complementary tracks, regulatory body and framework, and also the industry process, to help the country to facilitate the deployment of the SMR. So agency already completed the first phase of this effort. Some kind of progress has been made. And during this SMR conference, actually the first half of the day, there is a plenary of NICE, try to release what has been achieved and what needs to be done in the next phase. So I hope you can have a chance to look at that one. I don't want to go to detail, but that's a lot of information there in our agency SMR platform. That is a one-stop shop platform for member states, for our partners to look at all the information related to SMR. I hope you can go there to take a look. And also other things I want to mention this, in this COP, there are many events focusing on the finance. And especially I want to mention one, which will happen on the 13th November between 4 and 5 p.m. in the room 20 and the Zoom D, which is within the VVIP area. So our DG GROSI and the COP29 presidency, and also the international head of the international organization like IEA, UN ECE, ARENA, and also the financial institution like EBRD, the vice president, and also Sama, and the director general of the WNA, all will be there to talk about the finance for in the energy transition, including the finance for nuclear. So I hope you have time, and please come to us to go to attend that, because that place needs special tickets to access. So if you're all welcome to go to that very high level, and also probably only one high level parties event in the COP29 focus on the nuclear topics. So I hope that one will be very enlightful for everyone who are interested on this finance topic. Thank you very much.
So, wow, I'm just so blown away by all this progress and everything that's been happening over the past year on nuclear. But really also want to just thank the audience. They're standing room only, and you're filling it all. So thank you so much for coming to this event. So what I want to do now is introduce my esteemed panelists. and dive into a little bit more detail, particularly on scaling nuclear, scaling SMRs in the US and Europe. We've heard a lot of progress around the world and a lot of momentum that we need nuclear, a lot of new momentum in the US, a renaissance in Europe. But you know, at Clean Air Task Force, we're really focused on getting steel in the ground. So let's talk about that. I have with me today, on my left, Ross Matskin-Bridger, who's the Senior Director for Nuclear Materials Security at the Nuclear Threat Initiative. And to my right, Stephen Camello, who's the Senior Vice President at the EFI Foundation. And so we'll talk for the next 20 minutes or so a little bit about these issues, as well as the issue of non-proliferation and nuclear security. So, but Steve, let's start with you. And we can share the microphone, but you really have to hold it close, yeah?
Like this.
The Nuclear Scaling Initiative, you launched this at the Nuclear Climate Week, really focusing on scaling nuclear in the US and Central and Eastern Europe. Tell us a little bit about what it is and how everyone here can get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Lee, and thanks everyone for being here. Nuclear Scaling Initiative is a collaboration between the three organizations you see here, NTI, EFI Foundation, and CAATF. And it builds upon work that we did about a year ago at COP28. If everything there was a function of what, setting a target, we're really focused on the how. How do you essentially get to the 1 terawatt that we need to put in the ground between now and 2050? And let's just put that in perspective. 1 terawatt is about $5 trillion, and that's about $600 million a day, every day from now until 2050 of investment. So thinking about basically creating a tailwind behind essentially what Sama said, which is organizing and helping create the ecosystem, bringing the right people to the table to get order books instantiated, doing it in the right way, and having every country see themselves in this transition.
Thank you. And I really have a, kind of important questions.
Yeah.
There's SMRs, large reactors. Do we need both, one or the other?
We need them all, absolutely. We need the large because we know how to build them, and we do know how to build them. Russia knows how to build them, China, South Korea, UAE, they all know how to build them on time and on budget. SMRs is something that's new, but we'll learn how to do that as well. And micro has a significant opportunity as well, depending on its application.
Okay, well, I want to turn to you, Ross. Non-proliferation. There's geopolitical fragmentation, conflict is increasing. Why is non-proliferation really important in the conversation right now?
Yeah, thanks, Lee, and I'm really excited to be here. I think sometimes you hear security.
Close.
Okay, hope this is better. You hear security, non-proliferation, you think, oh, this is the downer part of the conversation, but it's not. There is a really great story to tell here, and you can have clean electricity from nuclear power that's helping bring people out of poverty, that is really a firm source on our grids, and do it in a way that is safe and secure. And I can say that with confidence because we're largely doing that today, right? But where this conversation of non-proliferation, security comes is there's a lot of new technologies that are out there now. And on one hand, that's really exciting, right? It's great to see the potential and the innovation that we have. On the other hand, we just need to be smart because we know that there are dual uses for nuclear technologies, for nuclear materials. We can do this the right way. We are doing it the right way right now. We just need to be careful that we continue to do it the right way into the future. And this impacts financing too, right? Because we want investments that have the least amount of risk, right? We want investments that don't get bogged down in security costs either. So we can actually absolutely deliver on that.
And Ross, as part of your work, you're actually looking into creating a buyer's guide because we've heard there's dozens, close to 100 technology designs out there, right? So tell us a little bit about why a buyer's guide? Why is that needed?
Yeah, so we are looking at it's a very busy marketplace out there right now, right? And a few months ago I would have told you 80 plus designs that we're looking at. We're actually now up to 150 plus designs that we're tracking. And again, this is great, but on the other hand, it's also maybe a little too busy for the task that we have set for ourselves, right? We've heard from folks today already that we need to get going quick, right? We have tripling nuclear pledge. Countries have their own pledges for what they want to do by 2030, 2035, 2040, 2050, right? So just the tripling pledge, that means we're talking about 50 gigawatts a year, every year, between 2030 and 2050. So when we say a buyer's guide, or really looking at trying to make a little more sense of the market, the busy marketplace that we have. And so how can we coalesce around a smaller number of designs that is going to help us get to our really urgent goals, while at the same time making sure that we're accounting for non-proliferation, security, that we're choosing designs that are going to be smart for everyone.
Yeah, and so thank you, Ross. I do want to turn to the conversation of financing. Thank you. I think as we have heard, right, financing is a key barrier. And actually my colleague, Malvina Kvist, she's sitting over there. Malvina, thank you. She wrote in the stock-taking blog that, Sama, you mentioned, that on average has taken 6 to 7 years for nuclear projects to reach financial close, compared to renewables, just a few months, right? So, Steve, tell us a little bit more about this barrier and what can be done to overcome it. What's your theory of change?
Yeah, so we talk a lot about de-risking, and what does that actually mean? That means actually putting into the right balance risk and return. When we're thinking about SMRs, what's the price? How much do they cost? Who really knows? We don't necessarily have the data for that because we really haven't done that at scale. So really, this is what the market is reacting to, is they don't have a lot of operational heritage to point to that gives them the confidence that would otherwise lower the risk. So the theory of change here is, especially with a newer technology like SMRs, that's where the public backstop needs to step up. The idea here is to spend millions of dollars up front to make sure that the designs are solid and you have construction-ready documentation and tender-ready documentation. Once you have that, you have high confidence that you can actually build. Spend millions of dollars now to avoid spending billions in overrun on the back end. Now, if you're going to be building the first, second, third of a kind, again, you don't really have the construction experience. So maybe for those first 1, 2, or 3, as a complement to making sure that the construction documentation, the design is solid up front, that you basically cap that unbounded construction risk. In combination, that sandwich, some money up front with a backstop on the end, that is what we think is the way to actually de-risk this technology using some public funds surgically applied to unlock private capital.
And so when we're thinking, we're here at COP29, right? This is the finance COP. We have lots of nuclear events happening. There's actually the Atoms for Climate Pavilion this way, Net Zero Nuclear Pavilion that way. What are your hopes for this COP?
Just quickly, I will remind everyone that this is a $5 trillion market. It will move. So if there is hesitation in governments to get involved, the hesitation should really go away insofar as, do you want to capture a significant piece of that $5 trillion? It's there, and if you don't pick it up, someone else will, so that's some friendly competition. I would like to see governments move from pledges to pledges of gigawatts to pledges of money, and again, surgically applied, I think you can actually get to the de-risking and the scaling that you're looking for.
Ross, over to you.
Yeah, I think that nuclear stakeholders have done a fantastic job over the last 10 years or so at COP, in other venues, to really make nuclear part of the clean energy conversation. And that's been done by kind of banding together this idea that rising tides lift all boats. And I think that is fantastic. It's served nuclear stakeholders really well. At the same time, I think we're now at a stage, we need to keep doing that on one hand, but on the other hand, we need to start differentiating a little bit too, because if nuclear is going to be a big part of the solution, we have to get going now. And we really have to, as Lee said, start putting steel in the ground. How do we differentiate nuclear from other technologies, but also nuclear within nuclear. How do we really boil it down to the kinds of technologies that we can actually move forward with and put steel on the ground?
And when we talk about steel in the ground, Steve, we talk a lot about order books.
Yes.
I think it's your favorite term, isn't it?
One of the favorite terms, yes.
Okay, well, talk to us about, what is an order book and where do we want to see it?
This is the unlock in SMRs, where you're moving from economies of scale to economies of series. Now, economies of series means that you're building the same thing again and again and again. And if you're building the same thing again and again and again, you're going to get better at it, ostensibly. So an order book is building multiple instances, multiple steels in the ground of the same design. Again, look, one thing, here's an anecdote. KHNP, Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power, they've been building a nuclear power plant somewhere in the world since 1989. They've gotten really good at that. That's essentially the model that we want to replicate for SMRs, and we're going to be able to do that, moving more of that into a factory setting as well. So that's the flywheel that keeps turning, right? You can build more at speed and scale, but only if you start with building a same design multiple times to get that skill base.
Would you like to add anything? No. I do want to invite the audience, if you'd like to ask any questions. I think I have to ask you to come to the front so we can hear the question. Or, yes, so if anyone has a question, right there.
Yeah, thanks. This is a fascinating meeting. Just talking about the proliferation risk, which IAEA will be looking at, like governments that are in the game now will be looking at sort of rogue startups all of a sudden doing stuff. How are you going to de-risk it by, accident-tolerant fuels that would be really hard to put to malicious use, or are you just going to be really strict that only certain people can manufacture the fuel? Like, what's the game plan?
And David, can you just quickly introduce yourself, please?
Sorry, David Gillespie, member of the Australian House of Representatives, initiator and chair of the Australian Parliamentary Friends of Nuclear Industries. We're this funny country on the bottom of the world that has a ban in place, even though we have 30% of the world's known uranium. We've been in the IAEA since the 1950s. We've signed about every international treaty required except maybe 2 or 3. And we operated 3 nuclear reactors, produced 25% of the world's medical isotopes for the southern part of the globe. And we have the best initiative for the management of high-level waste, and that is Synrock, a new facility with a industrial-size facility in the middle of Sydney suburbia. But we can't operate electricity plants. So our group has been trying to get Australia to grow up, put their big boy pants on, and change the state and federal regulations so that we can join this nuclear. It's more than a renaissance. It sounds like it's a gold rush.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for the question. And so we don't want to be restrictive here in terms of who has access to nuclear energy, right? Developing countries, established nuclear countries, newcomer countries, right? There is potentially a role to play for many of these, right? And so what we're looking for on the non-proliferation side is really what are some more universal principles that everyone can follow, right? Embarking countries, but also established countries who can really be role models, right? So not just do as I say, not as I do, but really provide examples to follow. And so one of the kind of principles we'll be looking at is really avoiding the use of weapons usable material as fuel. So most reactors around the world today use low enriched uranium. Great for reactors, it doesn't have direct use for nuclear weapons. There are some designs out there, right, that are looking at plutonium fuels that might use more weapons usable material, and There's no nefarious intent there, but there are proliferation concerns. So one of the principles we'll be looking at is really trying to coalesce around fuels that are not weapons usable.
Thanks.
And yeah, it's on.
Well, thanks, Steve. Steve mentioned before doing units multiple times. Well, I'm another Dave from Australia, but unlike David Gillespie, who's Friends of Nuclear, I'm Dave Sweeney from the Australian Nuclear Free Alliance, which is an Indigenous worker and environmental network concerned about nuclear power and the proposals for nuclear power in Australia. And nuclear power in Australia, it's not a question of big boys' pants or any gender's clothing. It's a question of what fits, what works. And Australia may have 1/3 of the world's uranium, but we are also now exiting coal, the fuel that has built our country. We're exiting coal in 10 years, and it's the responsibility of government to manage that and to put the hope in SMRs, for many of us, is to put promises and rhetoric ahead of performance and reality. So my question is that I don't think it is helpful to say big boys pants and turn it into that sort of thing and grow up. I think it is helpful when you're talking, and I'm interested, when you're talking de-risking about proliferation, and that's important, and about cost, which I think is miles behind the pace, because ultimately you're saying let's put it on public funding to begin with. And I'm also asking, what are your plans for de-risking in relation to social licence? Because the nuclear industry is under the pump in social licence. There's been a lot of money. You haven't convinced a lot of people. And in Australia, where 40% of our electricity is renewable, and where our chief scientific bodies have said that's the cheapest and quickest form of moving to a clean energy future, you're not convincing people. So how do you expect to go around that?
Yeah, David,
ahead,
I
thank you.
appreciate both Davids coming up here and giving two perspectives on nuclear in Australia. And I think you're bringing up really, really important points. And I think, you know, this will also differ where the solution fits well, will differ on the national circumstances and whether you can create a political economy around the solution. What we have seen, for example, in Europe is because of energy security, and Europe is the biggest energy importer in the world, as an example. I'm from Germany, for example, and pro-nuclear. And what we've seen is that there is a huge interest in energy security and nuclear as a means to achieve this, right? So I think this is a great space. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy we're here having this conversation together at COP. But I think you also had a specific question for Steve. So you want to jump in here?
Sure. So speaking about the cost, well, the way that I wonder if it is about cost, because I think Lee actually addressed the idea that it needs to fit, as she said, in the national context, right? Is this an industry that you want to build up? Does it make sense given your natural resources, given what you want to do in terms of economic development? Do you see it playing a role in energy security? I'm still of the belief that most technologies out there, in some form or another, have been backstopped by public funds at some point. We did that with solar, we did that with wind, we did that with fracking. So I'm still of the belief that if this is going to have a social good, and the subsidy or the support is not going to be forever, it's just enough to get the ball rolling. But without that, I think we're going to, it's going to scale slower than we would otherwise need it. And all we want is for it to be a viable option. And what we really want is to not have this conversation next year and the year after that and the year after that saying, oh, we really need to de-risk this. We want it de-risked, and then you can choose if it's something that would actually fit within your national context.
Great.
Hello, my name is Kyung Lee. I calculate the environmental impact in South Korea. And I really love the nuclear energy, and there's so many nuclear energy in South Korea. And I also believe that nuclear energy can be a very good source for achieving the net zero. But in this case, I have two questions. Why nuclear energy cannot be part of the green energy? I believe the biggest obstacle is the management of the nuclear waste, I believe. But the nuclear energy, the nuclear power plants has been implemented in years and years, but no one can assure that nuclear waste can be managed environmentally friendly. This is I think is the biggest obstacle. And what kind of actions should be made in order to fully make the nuclear energy environmentally friendly? This is my first question. The second question is, we all know that the AI, the nuclear energy can be one of the solutions for the AI, but so do other renewable energies. The nuclear energy can be a good source for achieving the SDGs, but so do other renewable energies. And maybe the other renewable energies are more affordable compared to nuclear energy right now. So what kind of other differentiate strategies should the company needs to make in order to scaling up the nuclear energy? Thank you.
Great. So we had two questions. Number one, nuclear waste, which I think Ross is going to talk about, and then energy demand, soaring energy demand, not just from AI, but also cooling, energy access. There's 600 million people who don't have energy access today, as well as clean firm needs overall. So I think that is an important question. And from my perspective, I would say nuclear isn't the answer to everything. It's a part of the solution, but a significant part of the solution due to its scalability. But I think Steve will jump in after Ross tackles your first question. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, great question, because spent nuclear fuel, nuclear waste is certainly on many people's minds. And so I think there are some challenges here, but also kind of like a hidden positive story on the waste front. So we know that there's been lots of challenges finding permanent repositories for spent nuclear fuel, right? And getting community buy-in for why this is a good thing to move forward with. Now, in Finland, they're making a lot of progress. Sweden, France, Canada, are doing some really good work as well. But we know that this is a challenge, okay? But at the same time, there has been some really great interim solutions that have become the norm in many parts of the world, and that is storage in dry casks, right? And so we know that dry cask storage can, in some cases, go up to 100 years. They're very robust and are great from a security perspective. So I think there's a lot of promise in being able to use kind of interim dry cask storage that can be used for quite a long period of time as we're working towards the solutions, the permanent solutions for repositories. I would caution here, there is a lot of talk about different novel technologies that could be used to somehow minimize waste volume, minimize the need for repositories. We need to be really careful here because we need to get into the details of these discussions. Some of these technologies don't do exactly what they're claiming to do, and some of them present some really concerning proliferation risks as well. So we need to be careful, but there are some really strong solutions out there.
So just very quickly, great point. So as Lee mentioned, there's a lot of vectors when it comes to demand growth. But let's be clear, most likely the future is predominantly going to be renewable, okay? But it may be very expensive if it was only renewable, simply because there could be instances where you're just unable to generate. You need some sort of clean, firm power to be able to act as a base load or a base platform or substrate to essentially make the grid run. Now, it could be predominantly at a global level. In some cases, given natural resources or natural endowments, it could be even more renewable. In other cases, renewables may not fit the bill. And so you want to have that option that is energy dense and is also enabling of a heavily electrified future that, let's be frank, may also include electrofuels, right? And those are energy intensive production processes that would otherwise may not be best suited for a renewable-only grid. One last thing is, when it comes down to cost, I caution the use of the levelized cost of electricity. That is basically the marginal cost to produce that electron. It doesn't get into the entire system that is able to deliver it and to ensure that that capacity is there. So if you really want to have an apples to apples comparison, nuclear needs to be looked at renewables plus a storage facility plus the control of all of those, and not just the one solar panel or one solar farm and one nuclear production facility.
Wonderful. And I know we're over time. There are more questions, which is really exciting. And honestly, I love coming to COP because we can finally have real, honest conversations around the set of solutions with a diverse set of global stakeholders in our different spaces. And I'm just so grateful to the UN SDG Pavilion for having us here. I know you want to continue the conversation. Actually, there's going to be many nuclear events this week. And on Saturday, we're hosting a reception. The Nuclear Scaling Initiative is hosting a reception. If you want to join us, please approach Amy. There will be space for more discussion, but unfortunately we have to end the event here. So I just want to thank our esteemed keynote speakers for your contributions and your perspectives. Steve, Ross, thank you so much for this panel. And thank you so much for all of you
Thanks,
to coming
everyone.
here. This was awesome and super fun.